Wow, good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, the 3rd of July. It's 10 a.m. Pacific time out here on the West Coast. I am Kipp Davis. I'm a specialist. I'm a Hebrew Bible scholar and a specialist in the Dead Sea Scrolls and early Judaism. And I'm doing this special morning stream today, mostly just because I wanted to get everyone on schedule. So I am joined today by a handful of special guests. First of all,
Mm.
my friend Vishanti is here to help with production today. So she is going to be making sure that this goes without a hitch. No pressure, Vish. None at all.
No pressure. Okay, bye.
No.
Good talking to you.
So yeah, right.
Yeah,
So
good chat.
I'm super happy to be joined today by two friends, Zach Miller over at What Your Pastor Didn't Tell You, and Dr. Joel Korytko, who has a YouTube channel, but also is a the only real working academic on the stage here. So Joel's got a real job, guys.
Debatable.
Nice. Yeah. Well, so hey, Zach, some of my audience are maybe not familiar with you. Maybe give me a rundown on who you are and what you're doing on YouTube.
Awesome. Sure. All right. So I have the YouTube channel What Your Pastor Didn't Tell You. So I interview biblical scholars like Joel and Kipp here on topics related to the Bible and the ancient Near East. So that's perfect for today. And this discussion of things like what the original language of the Old Testament was written in, and other theological debates. And so I interview people on topics related to Christianity, but also other things. So I have lots of a wide range of audience there. So everybody, make sure to come check me out.
Awesome, Joel.
Yeah.
Tell everyone who you are.
Yeah, I'm Joel. I'm Dr. Joel Korytko. I am a assistant professor of biblical studies at Northwest Seminary and College. I'm also an adjunct professor of biblical studies at ACTS Seminaries and Trinity Western University here in the lovely British Columbia, Canada, which I have found out is also where Kipp is located. We're actually very close to each other.
It's crazy. We literally we discovered yesterday that we live 10 minutes away from each other.
In all reality, at this time of day, I could hop in my car and be at your house in 4 minutes right now.
4 minutes, holy cow!
4 minutes, right? Man, you're going
Oh,
fast.
Yeah, we're not far.
We're not far at all. Like, and we had this conversation yesterday too about maybe even just doing it, getting together and doing the stream together. But alas, it didn't really. Logistically, it was a bit challenging to get everything worked out. But Joel was you were still a student, I think, at Trinity when I was doing my last postdoc there. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, I think we'd run into each other in the halls a few times, chit chat, academic banter, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You were working with Rob Hebert, right?
Yep. Yeah, Rob Hebert.
So Rob Hebert is he's the director of the Septugint Institute at
Not
Trinity.
anymore. He has passed that off to Dirk Buchner. So he's a Septuagint scholar in Leviticus. Rob is a Septuagint scholar in Genesis. Rob's retired now as of last year. So he's moved on. Yeah.
So while Rob was still there, I think Joel was working a little bit with him, and Rob was actually supervising my postdoc project at Trinity. So my office was just literally right beside his. So I saw Joel on occasion. So yeah, that's fun. So guys, and the reason why Joel is here is because we need to talk, guys.
We do.
About this about this video, about we need to talk about one Dr. Ammon Hillman and his very unusual, very wrong idea about the origins of the Torah and the languages, I guess, of the Old Testament. Joel, you did your PhD work at Oxford in the Septuagint.
Yeah, so if there's anything I can talk about, it's this subject. Yeah, it was a very, very interesting opinion that I saw pop up in your video, Kipp, and we kind of chatted a bit in the comments where I was expressing my disbelief at the things that I was hearing.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. From a scholarly perspective, and we're gonna get into this. This is pretty wild. So just kind of setting the stage. I did a stream. I guess it was 3 or 4 weeks ago now, in which I responded directly to an appearance that the Ammon Hillman made on the Danny Jones podcast, where he said a whole bunch of wild things. One of which was that the Bible, the Old Testament, was originally written in Greek and then back translated into Hebrew. This is one of his big ideas, his big claims. And the response I got to that video, the video response that I made laying out the evidence for this, was a little surprising to me. But I thought this was important today because in the intervening time, what's happened is my friend Neil Sandlak, the Gnostic Informant, has made an appearance on Danny Jones' podcast. My friend and fellow Diablo critic, Dr. Dan McClellan, has now made an appearance on the Danny Jones podcast, all discussing a lot of the stuff that that Ammon brought up on his appearance. And one of the things that everybody continues to talk about on the Danny Jones podcast is this interaction that I had with Ammon Hillman from about a year ago. So I think maybe the place here to start. We'll talk a little bit about the video here in a minute, but maybe Zach, you just last week did a video all about who Ammon Hillman is and what he's about. You want to maybe give us just a short introduction
Sure.
to this guy?
Yeah, okay. So this guy he's kind of wild. Okay. We'll see in the video here. All right. I had to do it just because I was like, what are we actually looking at here? Because he's very sophisticated, but he's also just a little different. So, for example, he has a PhD in classics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So, like, he studied like the Homers, the all those fancy Greek philosophers. He had a specific study, of course, in medicine and stuff like that of that time period. But that's the thing we're talking about. He's an expert in that. And he used to be a professor of classical languages. He has a YouTube channel called Lady Babylon 666. So that 666, is, you can tell, is a little sarcastic. He's a bit of a jokester in regards to, like, I guess maybe anti-Christianity, I guess you can say. He's popular for very controversial views on drugs and Jesus. And for specifically today, he held he holds the Old Testament was written in Greek and then back translated into Hebrew. But you can check out my video on that. Really interesting stuff. People said he was demon possessed, all kinds of really odd stuff. But yeah, that's it. So Kipp, tell us about the video we're talking about.
So about a year ago, I'd never heard of Ammon Hillman before. And about a year ago, my friend Neil Sandlak over at Gnostic Informant, he called me up, and I think it was like a late Saturday afternoon, and he was celebrating his 100,000 subscriber achievement and wanted to do this live stream. And so he pitched this to me. He says, "I know this guy. He's a legit scholar. He's this amazing classicist. He teaches Greek. He was Neil's Greek teacher, and he said to me, he says, I'd like to do like this live stream where we just we sit around and the two of you can kind of chat about the origins of the Old Testament, because he thinks it was written in Greek." And I, right away I thought, I had never heard this before. Not in my life anywhere. I've spent my entire adult life, basically working in biblical studies, and this is an idea I had never heard before. So I was really puzzled in the outset and kind of intrigued. So I said, "Yeah, sure, I can. I can. I can be. I can participate in that. We can talk about this." So I went into this. I went into this conversation, into this live stream, with Ammon and Neil and my friend Derek Lambert from Myth Vision podcast was also there. And the way I thought it was going to be set up was just this open dialogue conversation. It became clear to me pretty quickly in the Ammon had some different views about what was taking place. I'll point some of this out as we go through. You'll notice that he's in the background, kind of, he's like warming up like a boxer. Every now and then he grabs like a fly swatter or a horse whip and hits the ground because he's upset at things that I'm saying. So like, it quickly changed into a different sort of a vibe than I was expecting. And I yeah, it was pretty chaotic, and I ended up leaving early, mostly because I just didn't see that there was anything productive to come out of what was going on. So, um, after the broadcast, Neil actually didn't publish the video right away. I think he was probably embarrassed about what happened, and he just left it private. But since the Danny Jones podcast, a number of people have seen it. They've seen clips of it from the Danny Jones podcast. So I really thought it's probably necessary to walk through it and talk through kind of what happened. And as we go, we're going to stop and we're going to point out places where um, Ammon gets the scholarship wrong in terms of the relationship of the Septuagint to the Hebrew Bible. So I think now, as before we start here, I'll just mention it's pretty busy already today in the chat. Vishanti is going to keep an eye on what's going on in there. And if you have questions, feel free to fire those off. Of course, super chats will be prioritized, and we will, depending on how many, we'll probably pause here and there to take those and to answer those. But I think, without further ado, maybe Vishanti, you wanna pull up the video, and we'll start with this. And of course, Zach and Joel, if you have any
You mean the video you didn't send me?
You don't have
That one.
You told I'm pretty sure I sent that to you.
We don't need to point fingers.
Professional YouTuber here, guys.
Kipp's a professional.
I am. So just give me a second while I send Vish the link.
So while you do that,
yes,
Dr. Josh popped in earlier and said I used to have some respect for, quote, doctors Joel and Kipp, but this stream has made me realize that my respect has been misplaced. Total frauds.
Good afternoon, Josh. Good to see you.
Clearly tongue-in-cheek. Y'all don't take that too seriously.
I'm pretty sure I don't even know if he's a real person. I think this guy's an AI or something. I keep seeing him pop up everywhere.
I think it's just Kent Hovind in cosplay.
You know what? Cosplay Kent Hovind sounds about right.
That sounds great.
All right.
That's Josh.
That should be it, Vish. Do you see that one?
Where exactly did you send it to me?
Oh, in the private chat. Sorry,
on
everyone.
StreamYard.
Bam! Okay. Let me just go ahead and open that up in a new tab while you talk amongst yourselves.
We shall talk amongst ourselves. So
All right. So everybody in the chat, tell us who won the debate, because that's what matters. Who won the debate?
Listen, I can answer that question
Okay.
because truthfully, and this is something I am here we go. So, but even before we start, and people will see this now. I've clipped it a little bit just for the sake of time and to cut a lot of the a lot of the repetition and the breaks. So this is a bit of a condensed version, but I can tell you at the outset that this was not a good performance on my part. And one of the reasons for that is because I was just completely unprepared for what I encountered, I think, from Ammon. So Vish, maybe let's just start. And Joel and Zach, if you have anything you want to say as we go through it, just let
Sure.
let Vish know when to pause it and we can talk about it.
Gnostic informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. We got an expert in Dead Sea Scrolls and Hebrew stuff. We got an expert in the classics and the Greek stuff. Derek and I are truth seekers. We're students of the people below us. Derek, I want to get your thoughts on the subject of, could it be that the Septuagint came first? And I know you're not dogmatic either way. And then I want to get Kipp Davis next, because I know Kipp Davis he's coming with this consensus. Kipp Davis is very careful about how he does things. I want to get Kipp because Kipp, I know what you're going to bring to the table is the scholarly consensus, and you have some examples of things that point to there probably were Hebrew texts before the Greek. And then we're going to go to Ammon, because Ammon's challenging that. I had a sneak peek at some of his stuff, and it's good. It's damn good.
There's Greek Bible manuscripts that were discovered in the Judean desert. Just so everybody is aware of that. One of the interesting things about at least some of the Greek manuscripts, Bible manuscripts that were discovered at Qumran, is how much more like the Masoretic text a few of these are than their Greek Septuagint counterparts. Maybe we need to clarify what we're talking about here, because I think there's probably two different questions. The way Derek opened up and presented this was in view of the question, is there Hellenistic influence on the writing of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, or even let's just fix it to the Pentateuch? And I would say, I think that's entirely plausible. That's a different question than, was the Old Testament originally written in Greek and then translated into Hebrew?
I still think, even if it was written in Hebrew, the narratives, I see Greek stuff. I see the authors doing this. You know what I mean? Whichever came first, no skin off my back.
I want to say, Vish, do you maybe want to pause it there for a second? So I just, in the outset, and the reason I came in with this first point was because if you watch the original stream, Derek and Neil go back and forth quite a lot on the Hellenistic influence on the Old Testament, and this is a big point for both of them. They're very big fans of the work of some people like Russell Gmerkin, or I'm gonna get some of the other names wrong. I can't think. There's a couple of scholars who have really started to point this out quite a bit. Just the idea of Hellenistic influence on the stories in particular in the Old Testament. I think a lot of this really it concentrates in particular in the book of Genesis, but it's not exclusively there. Some scholars have noted what they see as Hellenistic features of things like the story of Samson in the book of Judges. So I really wanted to clarify that at the outset, that there's a couple of different things that we're talking about here. I think that arguments with regards to this question of the origins of the Bible tend to stem also from this perspective of the narratological relationship that there seems to the stories that appear in the Bible tend to look like some stories or features of some elements from ancient Greek mythology. So it kind of looks like they're riffing off a lot of this material. I said there, and I still maintain this as well, I don't have a problem with the idea that at the time when this literature was being collected together, put together into what we call the Torah, which is something that started, I think, properly in the Persian period, Hellenistic period, working all the way up into the first century, up to the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem in 70. Like this was a process of putting these pieces of literature together, and in the course of that process, I personally don't have a problem with the idea that there was Hellenistic influence on the construction of the text as they were collected together. I don't know if Joel or Zach, you had anything further to add to that, or any thoughts on that?
No, keep going.
Yeah. Oh, I could just briefly say that, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with, broadly speaking, Hellenistic influences on something like the Pentateuch and even other parts of the Hebrew Bible that are later. But again, like there are bigger questions, I think, at work here, like what kind of shared cultural narratives are being passed around in the Mediterranean, right? We see similar things like the hero slaying the snake myth, like these kinds of things are like all over the place. You see similar things to like Leviathan being slain in the Hebrew Bible to what you see in some Greek artwork as well. And like this is all well documented. This is nothing new I'm saying here. And so like, but that all goes further back. We're talking like not just Hellenistic, we're talking Greek, we're talking going even further back into early Greek origins. And so my question is always, okay, yeah, but when is this happening?
Yeah.
What kind of shared cultural narratives are we talking about? That's a bigger question. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Gmerkin. Yeah, I'm honestly not going to be able to say a ton about Gmerkin's work. I've only just kind of perused over the years, so I haven't done an in-depth analysis of that. But we could talk about that later on if we want to.
Sure. I just wanted to get that out there, and the point I'm making at the start here is trying to clarify what the actual question is. The actual question, as I understood it, when I was asked to come on this stream, was not to discuss, narratological influences so much as to discuss what language the text of the Old Testament was written in originally, which is a different question. And something else I'll say at the start here too. I mentioned, and I probably should have spent a little bit more time talking about the manuscripts, because I think they have a very important contribution to this issue. The fact of the matter is that we have just tiny little scraps of manuscripts, Septuagint manuscripts that date back into the first and the second centuries BCE. Even though I think most scholars would be comfortable with the idea that the actual writing of the Septuagint, the translation from the Hebrew text, started I don't know, in the 300s, the 250s. What are we talking about here, Joel?
Sorry, I was just looking at the chat chat here. Yeah, no, when it comes to the date of the Septuagint, that's what you were asking?
Yeah.
So the date of the Pentateuch in Septuagint studies, I'm actually just going to, before I answer this question, I just want to, I was just looking at the chat and people aren't quite clear like what's going to be happening here. We are going to be working through like definitive examples to show you that the Septuagint is a translation. So my task here today that I have taken on happily is to show you actual evidence that demonstrates that the Septuagint is a translation from a Hebrew text. So a lot of people are saying like, oh, well, what are they have no, how anyone going to know this? We can actually demonstrate this with data. And so that's what we're going to do. So just so you know. And then you're asking now about the date of the Pentateuch. I shouldn't look at the chat. Never look at the chat, right?
Don't look at the chat, dude. Just don't do it.
Yeah. What a waste. And so typically it is relatively agreed upon in Septuagint studies that the Pentateuch, the Torah, was translated in the 3rd century, so the 200s BCE. We have various ways of coming to that conclusion. Not only early manuscript evidence, so Deuteronomy we find in papyri around like 180-ish BC, so we know it's happened before that. We have certain Greek Jewish authors writing and citing the Septuagint, which they appear to be also at the kind of the beginning of the 2nd century. And then we have the internal translation data as well, so we can see things within the text itself, both linguistically, lexicographically. We can see that certain words were used in the 3rd century, and then if you do a synthesis of the data, you can see that those words dropped out by the 2nd century BCE. And so we can tell through a host of different kind of data points that the Septuagint was in fact the Torah. That is, the first 5 books was translated in the 3rd century BCE. When in the 3rd century is actually contested, and even someone as great as the late Jim Aitken, one of the biggest Septuagint scholars of all time, who passed away tragically last year, he would say potentially the very beginning of the 2nd century, but that's a bit of an outlier opinion.
But even Ammon, he agrees that this Greek text, the Septuagint that we have, is around this time period. The question is if there was something before that, or if this was just like the original text, original language.
Yes, that's the question we're answering today, and that I've been employed to answer specifically. Is the Septuagint a translation, or and how do we know?
Yeah. So, and I'm just going to finish up with the manuscripts here, and then we'll bring the video back. We have scraps of some Septuagint manuscripts that we can trace back to 1st, 2nd century BCE. Right. Interestingly, we have a tiny handful of a few fragments of Greek manuscripts in the Dead Sea Scrolls discovered at Qumran, but this is a drop in the bucket compared to the numerous copies of Hebrew manuscripts that we have that we can date back to the 1st and 2nd century BCE. There's maybe even 1 or 2 that we can trace all the way back to the 3rd. And beyond that, something else that I didn't mention was we have manuscripts written in Hebrew of various textual traditions of Hebrew Bible texts, and what this means is that there's already different forms of the Hebrew text circulating around in the region at this time. I won't take a lot more time to get into that. I think we need to spend some more time on what's happening in the video. So if you could bring it back up, Vish, and let's play a little bit more. I think deep down I probably do, just because my Greek is not nearly as good as my Hebrew. So, if I have to go back to reading Greek all the time, then I'm in trouble. If this is the question, was the Hebrew Bible so can you pause it for a second,
or
just
the Pentateuch
quickly,
a
Vish?
Greek text?
So something else I should say here. There's a couple of times in this interview that I thought I was being self-deprecating and funny, where I made jokes about how bad my Greek is. To be clear, I've had years of training in ancient Greek. It's not nearly as strong as my Hebrew. I think it's evident in my writing and in my own scholarship. But this is pretty typical for a lot of scholars. But one of the things that is really important that I want to clarify here is that I didn't come into this discussion, because I've seen this repeated online in a number of forums. I did not come into this discussion as somebody who just doesn't know anything about Greek, about the Greek language, about the Septuagint. No, I know a fair bit. I had to work on it pretty diligently through graduate school. I worked with Septuagint manuscripts and Septuagint texts in my PhD program. So this is just, please, people, don't misunderstand what I'm saying when I say that my Greek is terrible and I'll be lost if I have to read Greek. This is just me being self-deprecating, and sadly, I'm not a funny guy. So when I try to make jokes, they usually land flat like this. So
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, no, I mean, I picked it up when you were saying it. Like when you work in like academia, you want to be careful not to overexert your abilities because there are some people who are incredibly skilled. And so if I were to say, hey, my Hebrew's, it's okay. Like, I mean, I can read Hebrew just fine, but like, it's not probably the same level as Kipp's. Like, but you know, someone will take that and run with it. Like, okay, oh, he can't even read the letters. It's like, no, no, you're trying to properly assess yourself in light of the big field. Yeah.
And I think people fail to have to get a clear understanding at the graduate level, at the PhD level, what this looks like. Like we have Joel. I'm sure you took oh, maybe you didn't. Marty Abeg might have been retired already by the time you got to Trinity. But like my master's supervisor when I was an MA student was Marty Abeg, who is an expert in Hebrew grammar and syntax. Like this is probably 75% of what he writes is on the function of the Hebrew language. I am not that, right? And while I can read the text perfectly well, probably better than most, than many scholars even. I am not nearly at the level of the types of grammarians and syntactical grammatical experts that I depend on, that I draw from in my own scholarship.
Totally.
All right, let's
Do
continue.
y'all want to answer some super chats real quick?
Yeah,
Should
sure.
we get into the video
let's take
bit?
a look at it.
Oh no, I will. Heaven forbid. I take.
So
Yeah.
Let's
how
just
about
get
Vish?
through
Why
these
don't?
real quick.
Okay, all right. Let's look at a couple. Have any of you read Calvert Wilkins? How to Kill a Dragon in Indo-European? Seems to fit, but then dragon serpent slaying seems to be a human universal. Joel's nodding his head, so I'm hoping he has an answer to this question.
Oh, no, I think I listened to this author talk about their book. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't actually read the book. Yeah, it does seem to be a universal. You're right. Yeah, which is again pointing back to what I was saying about these kind of meta narratives that exist, especially in the ancient world. So how are we dating things? When are we dating things? What kind of precursors do we have to some of these narratives? And how sure can we be about when they're coming into play if really these are conversation points among many different cultures? That's all I was getting at.
Do we actually know how or when the Septuagint was assembled? Is there any truth to the story Jerome believed in with the translators going into caves?
Oh yeah. So the reality is we have stories about the Septuagint, particularly. So this needs to be clear. It's the Torah that we have the stories about, the first 5 books, and those stories go back to the 2nd century BCE. The primary story being from the letter of Aristeas, it's called, and it's just this document essentially kind of a pro. Oh, no, don't do that. Trying to kind of lift up Jewish ideals, the Jewish scriptures, Jewish way of life. And one of the things it talks about is, under Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who is around 250 BC, the translators came in and translated the Hebrew Bible into Greek. And so we have these kind of extra biblical, outside of the Septuagint, attestations of this happening. And there are other sources that corroborate that from the 2nd century as well. But the problem is probably a lot of that is mythical. Not mythical might be the wrong term. Not actually historically accurate in Aristeas. And so how much we could actually trust that letter is very much debated. But there still does seem to be a kernel of history that is a kernel of truth that comes through that, okay, there was this translation going on about 100 years ago. But when it comes to actually the formal study of the Septuagint, we look at the internal data of the translation. What are the things inside the translation that can point us to an approximate date for this thing? It's really multiple translations. It's not one translation. We're dealing probably with a translator at least per book. We see things that point to the 3rd century. And so that tale of Aristeas then does kind of get corroborated, then perhaps there was something going on in the 3rd century, even with the rulers at the time, particularly Ptolemy Philadelphus. Yeah, but do we know that for sure? No. We're stuck with 3rd century. We're stuck with a Egyptian provenance. We think it's quite clear that the Septuagint was translated from Egypt, at least the Torah. Again, when I'm saying Septuagint, please hear Torah. That was one of the things that Ammon makes a mistake in, is he lumps the whole Septuagint into one thing, when really we're dealing with multiple translations over a long period of time. And so when I'm saying Septuagint here, I'm referring to Torah, 3rd century BCE. The rest of the books of the Hebrew Bible seem to have been translated kind of piecemeal over time, and some of them maybe not even being completed until the 1st century. But it's debated.
Yeah.
What about Jerome?
Thanks, Joel.
So Jerome apparently said that Septuagint was translated in a cave.
Oh, caves. I mean, I think what they meant by that was, or I just kind of reinterpreted what they said. The idea of the 72 translators going to like their own spot and coming out with the same translation, which this myth that gets elaborated on and gets greater and greater as time goes on. But Aristeas points to 72 translators coming out, 6 from the 12 tribes, and translating in Alexandria, but probably at the lighthouse of Pharos. Yeah, 12 tribes, yes. Right, yeah, especially in the 3rd century. And that's the myth, but caves is not supported by the early evidence. No, it would be somewhere in Alexandria, potentially at the lighthouse or the library, which are actually right beside each other, as far as I'm aware.
So before we continue, Vish, I did want to address this because I think it's important. Called Examiner here calls out the bro dude energy on this panel. Why can't we see women discussing this issue? So just for clarification.
I'll take it. Okay, first of all, you need to make academia less of a bro dude club. And 2, you need to make it affordable and easily accessible. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Thank you, Vish. I had extended an invitation to one of my female colleagues to come and join us today, and she was happy to do it up until close, just a couple of days before, and she just couldn't make it work. So we tried to get everybody's schedules to line up. I am sensitive to this issue because it is a real issue, guys. But this is because it is a real issue. It's also not so easily resolved as we would like it. All right, let's keep watching the video. Next, I think that's very challenging. I look at this from the perspective of language, because there are aspects of the Greek text which strike me as very strange if it came first and the Hebrew translated it.
Could you bring any examples of that? I would love to see it.
I think relative to some of the names provide some issues. We're all familiar with the name of God, Yahweh, Yod He Vav He in the Hebrew. Oh yeah, Ammon likes this. There's an etymological discussion to be had here, but from my perspective, that's not even really what I'm getting at. The thing that puzzles me is if you're starting from a Greek text, how the word kurios ended up becoming Yahweh in its Hebrew counterparts, if the Hebrew is in fact translated from the Greek. So that's one, but there's a couple of other ones too. Something like the name Adam. When you look at the story of Adam and Eve, the second creation story in Genesis chapter 2 and 3, the male figure, the first human in that story, is Ha-Adam, literally the man. And it's an obvious direct play on the Hebrew word for earth or land, which is Adamah. And yet within the Greek text names the figure Adam, and then it translates the word for the land as Gase. What is it now? If this is a Hebrew translation of a Greek original, that strikes me as very odd. How would the Semitic writers arrive at this play on words from this Greek concept that's not reflected within the Greek, And it's these sorts of things that appear in all sorts of elements of the text. I'll bring up another one here. There's a famous story.
Okay, let's pause it there for a
Genesis
second,
4
Bish,
about
before I get into
or
the second
Hebrew
one.
Bible. So, and maybe just bring up the first slide that I prepared, if you could. So, and while she's bringing that up, let me just sort of talk through a little bit about what I was getting at here, so everybody is aware. Names are an issue. If you're going to come at the text and construct this argument about it being a Greek text that was translated into Hebrew, names are a real problem. Many of the names are a real problem, not just by virtue of the fact that they're Hebrew names, meaning that they're derived from Hebrew words and then Hebrew theophorics, but then that these are transliterated into Greek, which then these aren't Greek words, right? These are words from a different language that are then being phonetically derived into another language. So I've got this slide up here to illustrate one of the clear examples of what I'm talking about here, and that is the divine name Yod He Vav He, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. So the name itself is Semitic. It's probably not even Hebrew. We're still grappling a little bit with how to understand where the name Yahweh came from. It came out of the south, out of the Sinai area or Edom. I won't really get into that too much, but I want to just clarify and help to make clear what I was talking about here. So what you have on the screen is my translation of Exodus chapter 3 verses 13 to 15, which is a story about the origin of the name Yahweh. And the person who's writing this story in Hebrew is also grappling with this question of where the name Yahweh came from. So Yahweh appears to Moses in a bush that is on fire but does not burn on top of Mount Sinai, and they have this interaction. And at one point, Moses asks God, "Who am I to say has sent me to deliver the sons of Israel out of slavery in Egypt?" And so here he says this. I'll just read it here. Moses said to God, "Say, I have come to the sons of Israel, and I say to them, God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What am I to say to them?" And here's God's response to Moses in Hebrew: Ehyeh asher ehyeh, I am being whom I will be. He continued, "So you shall say to the sons of Israel, Ehyeh has sent me to you." And I've got the Hebrew text there on the right. This is what Yahweh says: Ehyeh asher ehyeh, ehyeh shalachni elechem, which is this: I am being whom I will be. I am, or Ehyeh, has sent me to you. And then he continues and says, thus you shall speak to the sons of Israel, Yahweh is the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He has sent me to you. This is my name for all time. This is my invocation from one generation to the next. So what I really want to point out here, and what I want to stress, is the phonetic relationship between these terms. Ehyeh asher ehyeh. First he says, Ehyeh has sent me to sent me to you. And then he clarifies that Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh Elohe Abotechem. Yahweh is the God of your fathers. And I think you should be able to hear this, right? You can hear the relationship, the phonetic relationship between this word, Ehyeh, which is just a Hebrew verb meaning I am, or I am present, or something to that effect, and the name Yahweh. however it was pronounced, the writer of this text is making this play on words. What does the Greek translator do with this? He says, ego eimi hoon. That is, I am the one whom, or the one who is. Is that an acceptable translation, Joel?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. I'm the one who is. And he says, the one who is has sent me to you, hoon. Now, then when it comes to actually introducing the name of God, the Septuagint translator says, Kyrios ho theos ton pateron humon. The Lord God, the Lord is the God of your fathers. I hope everyone sees what's going on here and the reason why this is so critical. You can hear the phonetic relationship between the verb, the Hebrew verb, ehya, and the name Yahweh. That's intentional. It doesn't translate into Greek. And if this was a text that was originally written in Greek, it's difficult to construe how I guess very cleverly, a Hebrew translator could have decided upon this this very clever wordplay. But the much simpler explanation is that the Hebrew writer of this text was already grappling with understanding what the name Yahweh is and what it means, and tied it to this expression in the first place. And then the Greek translator of this text came along and did the best that he could with it while trying to achieve some sort of literalness of what's happening in the story. But of course, the play on gets lost in translation. Does everyone see that? I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Joel or Zach.
No, I think you're right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's clearly
another way to put it is it makes a lot more sense if there. It seems more likely that the translator is going from Hebrew to Greek rather than Greek to Hebrew. It doesn't make sense for the Greek writer to go from this to what we see in the Hebrew.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe put the video up, Vish, and we'll go into my next point, and then we'll stop it again, and I will explain a little bit further about what's going on there. The name Adam. When you look at the story of Adam and Eve, the second, it translates the word for the land as Gase. Is it? What is it now? If this is a Hebrew translation of a Greek original, that strikes me as very odd. How would the Semitic speakers, writers arrive at this play on words from this Greek concept that's not reflected within the Greek? And it's these sorts of things that appear in all sorts of elements of the text. I'll bring up another one here. So just pause it there, Vish. No, I don't have a slide for this one, so I'll just talk through it really quickly here. I'm making the same point between the relationship of the name Adam, which is a Hebrew word that also just means the man or mankind. Interestingly, in the story in Genesis chapter 3 of Adam and Eve, Adam is consistently identified in the Hebrew as Ha-Adam, which is the word Adam, meaning man or mankind, with the definite article, the, specifying that this is the man whom we're talking about. In fact, in my own translation of this story in my forthcoming book, I consistently just call him Ha-Adam, because it's this weird, it's sort of this weird transitory thing between identifying the man as the representative of humankind and, using this as a proper name. It's not entirely well established within that story. So the point that I'm making here, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. The point that I'm making here with this, just a sec, I gotta pull up my notes quickly. The point that I'm making here with this is that within the Greek text as well, there's and this is something we'll get to a little bit more clearly when Ammon starts to make his case, but I'll just say this quickly. There's some problematic features within how the Greek translation narrates this story from Genesis 2 and 3, sorry, where Ha-Adam, the man, is so identified because he was formed out of Adamah, the earth or the ground or the land. Like these are, as I'm going to go on and mention a little bit later, these are Hebrew words. These are words that we know not just from the Bible, but also from inscriptions that appear within the Levant, within Iron Age Levant, that we can trace all the way back to 6th, 7th century BCE. So maybe just pull the video up and continue. And I think we'll do another round of super chats after I go over my next point and we get into
story in Genesis 4 about Cain and Abel. There's another one, right? The name Cain within the Hebrew text, there's a clear relationship between the name Cain, Cain, and the verb that appears in that same text, which means to create or to acquire or to own. These are just some of the things that when I look at it, it certainly looks to me like a Hebrew original text, complete with these obvious, clear alliterations and compositional devices, wordplay, that doesn't translate into the Greek. And there was the last one I wanted to bring up here was this one here. If you shed the blood of a man, by the hand of a man, your own blood will be shed. And within the Hebrew, it's constructed within this very, very tight, very obvious. It's like a poetical unit.
I don't know, Ammon, what do you think about that?
The Hebrew name.
Okay.
All right, let's stop it here.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. And if you can bring up my second presentation slide, Vish, I made a mistake in the original video. I couldn't find this text that I was talking about for the life of me. It's actually Genesis chapter 9, verse 6, and this is what I would identify as a true chiasm. So, for people who are unaware, a chiasm is a poetical expression where it makes a statement and then a following statement, and then it has parallels for each of those statements, but then in reversed order. Scholars will look at the biblical text oftentimes and invent these pretty elaborate narratological chiasms that I don't find particularly convincing most of the time. But here's one that I think is an actual true natural chiasm, and it works in Hebrew. This is I think an expression of this is part of the Noahide laws after the flood. I got the text wrong, which is and I was scrambling through in the original presentation to find it, but it's in Genesis chapter 9, verse 6. And this is what it says: whoever sheds the blood of a man, by a man shall his blood be shed. Here's how it sounds in the Hebrew. And listen to this, okay? I want everyone to listen to this. Shofek dam ha'adam ba'adam damo yishofek. Sorry, I messed that last one up. But did you hear that? There's a strong phonetic relationship between all four lines of this expression. Shofek dam ha'adam ba'adam damo yishofek. You will shed the blood, or so whoever sheds the blood, shofek dam, of a man, ha'adam, by a man, ba'adam, shall his blood be shed. Damo yishofek. This is a poetical expression, and it's constructed in this ABBA type of chiasm. So what does the Greek translator do with this expression? He says, oh, I can't read that. I have to bring up something that I can actually see here. He says,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, go ahead, Joel. You read it.
Yeah. Ha heon hema anthropu anti tu hematosav tu echuthesete. And so the one, yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go. You translate it and then tell me about
Yeah, the
what you
one
see
pouring
as the
out
strong difference
blood.
there.
Yeah. So the chiastic arrangement's not there at all. In fact, it gets all clunked up with the preposition getting in. So it says the one shedding blood of man, in place of blood, it will be poured out. And it's just like the parallelism is totally gone because they add in this preposition. The phraseology is different. It's been eliminated.
Yeah, and the phonetic relationship between all the words here is gone as well. Like this is the sort of thing where when someone who knows both languages looks at these texts in parallel, it's very easy to see which was the original and which was the translation. Because what happens is you're missing some of the artistry that was intended and built into the text as soon as you translate it into another language. This is actually quite common. There's lots of these strewn throughout the text of the Bible, all over the place in the Old Testament. I pulled up another one that's kind of neat. This is Genesis chapter 49, verse 8. This is part of Jacob's blessing on his son. This is part of his blessing on Judah. It says, Judah, you shall your brothers praise. Your hand is on the neck of your enemies. Sons of your father shall worship you. In Hebrew, it sounds like this. In particular, this first line, I think, is intentionally alliterative. It goes, Yehuda ata yoducha echeka. Judah, sorry, you shall your brothers praise. The rest of it is not quite as tight. Yadaka be'oref, yovacha, yishtachavu lacha b'nei avecha. But that first line in particular, there's lots going on in terms of playing off of the name Judah in terms of expressing this action of praise. Yehuda ata yoduka echeka. So here's the Greek text. Do you want to read this one, Joel?
Yeah, sure. Hayuda se anesesan hi edelfisu hehirasu epi notu ton echronsu paskunesusin su hihiu tu patrasu.
So it's a pretty literal translation of what's taking place there in the Hebrew. But importantly, you don't hear the relationship between the verb, meaning to praise or to lift up, and the name of Judah. I hope everyone can hear that. All right. So next, we're going to start getting into, excuse me, some of Ammon's arguments, and then our exchange. At this point, maybe we'll pause and take a couple of super chats, and then we'll continue. Oh, do we have any? I guess I could pull. Okay, there we go. Mr. Warlight for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Which books came first, Halaka or Torah? Was the Halaka conceptualized first and then attributed to Moses, or was the Torah the first law book? Now, as I understand this question, I hope I get this right. I think the question is asking if it was laws that came first and then were constructed or built into something like the Torah, or whether they were constructed as part of the narrative of the Torah. I don't know. Do you?
I have a totally different reading of the question, so
okay.
I don't
maybe
actually
yours
know.
Is better.
Well, no, halakha. I'm thinking, are they thinking rabbinic stuff, like
that's
lived out law, and like ways communities are practicing, and then that was embodied into a law?
Yes,
I honestly don't know what the question is asking. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think yours actually makes better sense if the actual lived out experience was first, or if it was the laws that came first and the lived out
So,
experience
yeah, are
followed.
they saying then that they embodied a certain way of living, which was then made into what we
Codified.
see in the Torah, codified
Yeah.
into this narrative law thing? Or was it this law that was given and then they embodied that law that was given? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
I
the way
think
I read the
okay.
question.
Yeah, I think that may be right, and perhaps Mr. Warlight, you can clarify. But I would say it's probably it probably depends a little bit, and is a bit case by case in terms of which legal material we're talking about here. It's not a simple one was first and then the other followed. Lots of times these things end up developing in tandem over the course of society, social development.
Yeah, I think just at a basic, just if I can answer it in 10 seconds, uh, we see different legal traditions in the Torah, in the Pentateuch, and
Yes.
these traditions are actually engaging with each other in certain ways. And so you'll see Deuteronomy rehashing Exodus. And so it's pretty clear that there's like a historical chronological separation between some of these things, and then that they're both interacting with what's happening at the time. Halaka, how are we living? What is the culture like? What is all this? And then bringing that back into their debate, their conversations about these actual written legal materials. So it's much more fluid, I think, if that helps.
Yeah, I would agree. Panopticon DOP Panopticon for 500 DOP. I don't know what those are. Do you guys know what those are? But it looks very
big
generous.
dollars.
Big, yeah, right. Thanks for the generous super chat. Why did the Masoretic text took several centuries to be laid out in the Hebrew letters after the Septuagint had been around for so long? Now, so I wonder if this is stemming or coming out of this idea that within our manuscript traditions, the Masoretic text that we have is a medieval text already, several centuries removed from the writing of these texts. The Masoretic text that we use and that our Hebrew Bibles are drawn from are manuscripts from like the 9th, 10th centuries. They're quite late. This is a bit of a misnomer, though, however, because among the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have consonantal texts that match the Masoretic text, stretching all the way back to the 2nd century BCE. So
potentially even third. Potentially even third.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I think what we have in particular the paleo Exodus Leviticus text, which I think might be the oldest one, is I would call that more of a Samaritan Pentateuch text base. It's not I don't think it's close enough to the Masoretic text to really be classified as such, but it is like we have I guess prototypical versions of the text that became the Masoretic text, written in Hebrew characters and Aramaic characters, stretching back into 2nd century BCE. And it's it's clear to everyone that with the number of copies of these that we have stretching back to the 2nd century BCE, that I mean they've already got these texts in at least the 3rd century. I'm being really conservative here. So I don't know. Do you have anything more to add to that, Joel?
No, I think you said what I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to be clear, technically, I don't know if you answered the question. So the Masoretic text, it was put down, to my understanding, because they wanted to have a more firm, understanding of how it was specifically said, because the Hebrew consonants weren't, I guess, clear enough. So they wanted to be more clear about it. But that's a very separate question compared to why it took so long for them to do that. I would guess that was more of a cultural thing. We clearly have other Hebrew texts before that, right?
Oh, is this about the vowels? The codification of the vowels in the Hebrew text? Because that's not what they said. But
the question though is for this, it seems to me, is why is the Masoretic text, why is that so late? Like what we have, why is that so late? And that's a very separate question compared to like what you said, Kipp.
So maybe I'll just say one more thing, and I think we'll need to move on.
We do need to probably keep a decent pace. I do have about an hour and a half left.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. So we do the Masoretic text is a combination of the consonantal text with the vowel points underneath. We have examples of the consonantal text that date very early. The vowel pointing and the vocalics were added much later. And the reason for this was because there was a growing concern as Jewish communities started to spread out across the Roman Empire, that they started to really lose the vernacular, the Hebrew vernacular that was still ongoing into into the time of Jesus. There were still people speaking Hebrew in Palestine at the time of Jesus, but because this was starting to get lost, they invented this system for attempting to preserve the pronunciation. That's why that's there, but it's not like this whole text just came out of the medieval period,
right?
Hank Fishy, thank you for the $20. Weren't multiple texts used in composing what we call the Hebrew Bible, the documentary hypothesis? It makes Ammon's position rather untenable. Wouldn't that imply the substrate was in Greek? That doesn't seem to track. Yeah, so there's another important question here that we never even really get into when it comes to Ammon's work on this, and that's the source critical issues. So scholars for centuries have been working painstakingly through the Torah as well as through other texts of the Hebrew Bible, and showing that there are multiple different literary layers that come from different sources in Hebrew. And all of this just completely, Ammon's idea just completely falls apart in view of the source theories, which, even though we don't have any manuscript evidence for, tend to be quite well established in terms of just the idea. I think almost virtually all scholars tend to be agreed that the Torah was not written down out of whole cloth as this collection of 5 books. Even the individual 5 books were not written down out of whole cloth, but were drawing from much older source material and redacted and edited into their existing shape.
I mean, I could approach this maybe from a little bit of a different angle. Like, so I agree with what you said. Yeah. And like, I mean, the Torah itself, just for everybody who's wondering, it says in the book of Numbers, thus it is written in the book of the wars of Yahweh. And you're like, Moses, you're in the desert, buddy. What wars of Yahweh?
Right.
So it's like the Torah admits itself to being dependent on sources. And so you gotta think about that. You gotta figure out how to fit that into your conception of these books. But one thing that but another thing, just going aside, not just the documentary hypothesis, we could take that and put that to the side. We could just go Hebrew Bible, all of these books. Like, you then have to say they were all what they're are they all written at the exact same time, in this exact same time frame, even when they seem to be chronologically developing on each other? Like I just said with Deuteronomy to Genesis, then you've got stories coming later. You've got people intertextual things going on, like Jeremiah is going to use Deuteronomy, and then Daniel's going to use Jeremiah. It's like, is all of that happening in like 10 years in the 3rd century? Like, what's going on here? You'd have to presuppose that if this whole thing, it's all from a Greek to Hebrew, that there's somehow this crazy chronological intertextual thing happening in such a small period of time. It just doesn't seem plausible. I mean, that's, of course, we're going to get to other data here, but that's just another thing to consider based on this question that was just said.
Artemis Sinin for $5 says, hope you didn't edit out all the times you told someone else to be quiet or to stop speaking when it wasn't your turn, Kipp. So I actually did, because I didn't think this was I mean, we had to cut things down and put it into an established space. So there were a couple of places where I specifically told I was getting frustrated in the conversation. I'll point those out with interjections from Neil in particular, and from Derek. These are both friends of mine, were, and we will talk to each other this way. So I was a little bit too free, I suppose, in a public forum with telling people to be quiet, because I was getting frustrated with how far afield some of this ancillary discussion and conversation was carrying us away from the topic at hand, which was, what language were these texts written in?
Should we keep going here? Should we?
Yeah.
Oh, we got more. Should we wait should we wait maybe?
Maybe let's hold off on these. Let's continue, and then and we'll get to some more. All right.
Step in, ambulance, 911 call. I'm coming at this as a classical philologist, and I'm a linguist. What you're talking about is idiom. That's the word that you're looking for, not artistic phrase. You mean idiom?
No, actually, I mean, within.
So hang on.
Yeah,
Adam,
okay.
Adam, you would say it's a Hebrew name because why means earth next to it. And that's exactly what they did. Since the Talmud was made, that's exactly what they did. The problem is Adam is a name in Mycenaean Greek.
So what he's talking about here with respect to the Talmud, let's be clear, the Talmud is a collection of rabbinic interpretations of Mishnaic laws, which are based on the Torah that comes centuries later. And the way he's describing it, without getting into it, isn't really how rabbinic exegesis works. Certainly not all the time, not even most of the time. He's got a poor, as we'll come to see, Ammon has a poor understanding of Judaism, of Jewish literature, of the Jewish cultural context for this. So I think we can let it go.
Which is from 600 years after the earliest Proto-Hebrew scratches on anything.
Help me understand that. It starts in Greek and it's translated into the Hebrew?
We're looking at the evidence, right? That's all. Let's look at the text.
Yeah, so he says this is an idiom. What Kipp is describing is idiom. So I don't know if he just didn't understand what you were saying specifically, Kipp, or maybe he doesn't understand what an idiom is, but that was no close, not even close. Kipp, you were talking about words that rhyme or special ways where the writer could be using different combinations of words to make fun little puns and stuff like that. But that's very different than an idiom. And then the other thing was Adam, Mycenaean name, 600 years after earliest Proto-Hebrew. So you said something maybe not exactly right, but I'm just lost at how that would have anything to do with dating the Hebrew text.
So now one of the things he said 600 years after the earliest Hebrew. I think he meant 600 years before. I've heard him talk about this before, that the Greek word, the Greek name Adamos, is attested in Linear B, and I've heard him date this all the way back to the 18th century BCE, maybe that. But again, this is his point here, is that we can now look at this because this word Adamos appears in Mycenaean Greek, and we see Adam in the biblical text. I think his point is that we draw from this earliest text first. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an etymological
And let's
fallacy.
figure out, are these Greek? As a linguist, you have to have a broad depth of knowledge. So we're talking about the Septuagint. If you haven't read Homer, Kipp, have you read Homer?
I haven't.
Okay, if you haven't read Homer, you're not reading the very basis of the grammarian's language in antiquity.
That's probably
not
fair.
only that, you got to read lyric poets, You've got to read all sorts of playwrights and comedians. You've got to read really boring Aristotle until your brain is pouring out in order to get to a point that you can identify style. A classicist, a trained classicist, should be able to take a text that's just thrown to them and say, where is this from? Give me 100-year window stylistically. That's what a good classicist can do. That's what you have to do when you're editing.
I'm not a
manuscripts.
classicist, though.
As a classicist, you're coming at it from that scientific linguistic angle, right?
Okay.
So that's what gives me that authority to say, no, that word Adam is far older. Now, you believe it's from the word for earth because that's what people said hundreds of years later.
So
What
can
is
I just ask you a question real quick? So you're saying these are folk etymologies that derive from the text?
No, I'm saying they're out and out lies that are not scholarly. They are meant as they recognize at the time. Because remember, in the 2nd century, this brilliant grammarian comes along, Julius Africanus.
Oh,
and he
maybe
says, wait a
before we
minute,
get into
Pause it.
Pause that,
Julius Africanus,
Yeah,
because
before
there's
we
probably
get there.
a lot to say there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, quickly, Kipp. So basically you said, hey, I haven't even read Homer. So to a lot of people, maybe not as educated on this topic, they're going to feel like, Kipp, you haven't read Homer. Like, how can you even say you understand Greek if you don't understand Homer? Like this is you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I take a crack at that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the question you're asking, Zach, is do you have to read Homer in order to understand what language the Old Testament was originally written in? Is that the question you're asking me?
Basically.
Yeah. Okay. I got worked up on this quote the clip. Oh man, I was starting to get hot and annoyed. Wow. Yeah. I didn't realize how much that would frustrate me. Okay. So Ammon is making some big claims. He's pulling out the authority card and he's saying, I read Greek texts. I can scientifically, linguistically determine when texts are dated based on their literary style. And he's saying that if you read a bunch of Greek texts, you're able to determine Greek literary style. That's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bad statement. That's actually a good statement. It's actually helpful to know what kind of Greek we are encountering when we read the Septuagint. So now I'll kind of branch into my specialty here. So Ammon is saying, and he actually says that the Greek of the Septuagint is Hellenistic. That is, it's 3rd century and beyond. He is correct. That's right. It is a 3rd century type of Greek that we're seeing. We have many different ways of determining that. There are many scholars right now in Septuagint studies and beyond working on what we call post-classical Greek, which is the Greek of the time after the classical period. So basically 300 BC onwards, because Greek changes, language develops. But where his statement goes awry is in his claim that the literary style of the LXX, the Septuagint, is purely compositional Hellenistic Greek. So compositional being if I sit down and I just start writing, if I'm a Greek person, I just start writing in Greek, the way in which you would normally write based on the conventions of the time, both classical and post-classical. How do you write Greek? Just naturally. Ammon seems to claim that the language represents normal day-to-day Greek that you'd encounter in regular writing or conversation. But I don't think Ammon has taken the time to investigate the details of the language of the Septuagint. So what I'm saying is he's claiming, and this is why I started to get frustrated, I can tell you literary style. And when I read the Septuagint, I know the literary style. I don't think he's right. I think he actually doesn't know the literary style. And that's a big claim, I recognize, but I don't think he's picking up on it because he hasn't done a close reading of the text. The literary style of the Septuagint, while being comprehensible and understandable Greek, it is translation Greek. We can look at the Septuagint and demonstrate that it is definitely translated from Hebrew. And now I'm wondering if I can bring an example in now. Do you guys care? Is that good? Can I start bringing some examples in so that we can really start putting some flesh on these bones? Okay, I'm going to start with an easy example, like a really easy one, and we'll get more complex kind of as we work along through the videos. And I'm going to take a huge hazard, and could I share my screen? Because Zach, you said you probably can't get the text up there.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Okay.
the w- if I could put the document up, would that work?
No, it's okay. I think we're good.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think.
Do, 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 do,
Oh, it's not letting me share the
Professional
the
YouTubers.
Word document. Oh yeah, I'm not a professional YouTuber. I can't share the Word document. So,
share the screen.
just share my screen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Entire screen, is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Y'all can see me now?
There we go.
Can you see this? Can you see that? Everybody can see
maybe
that?
zoom in a little bit, I think.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. I not professional here in that I didn't create a PowerPoint. I thought that we'd be able to put the text up as we go.
Awkward.
But I'm going to give you an example here and just show you an easy one where it makes where you can see this is translated from Hebrew. So Genesis 13:14, and Adonai said to Abraham after Lot had separated from him, "Now lift up your eyes and look to the place where you are, to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west." The west there is Vayama, that is toward the sea. That's how you say west when you're writing in Hebrew. In Greek, it says, "And God said to Abraham after Lot departed from him, lift up your eyes, look from the place which you are now towards the north, to the south, to the east, not to the west." It says thalasan, to the sea. Now you might be saying, it's like, well, what's going on? What's going on there? Because thalassa, this word sea in Greek, Ammon knows this. Okay, Ammon knows this. Go to a lexicon, that is a dictionary that scholars use. Look up the word sea. Does it mean west in common Greek speech? Does it ever get used to refer to west? Is it a term that they use for the west? It is not. It's not in there. Go look in the most modern or any lexicon. It's not there because it's clearly just representing what we see in the Hebrew, which is toward the sea. So in Hebrew, west is sea because you're looking towards the Mediterranean in the west. And the Greek translator just goes with the literal Hebrew term they're seeing. They're seeing the word sea.
Yeah.
And so they go, okay, well, let's put sea in the translation, which is not idiomatic Greek. It's not the way that you say west in Greek. And so that's a really easy one example where we can start looking and going, oh, obviously they're looking at a Hebrew text when this translation or when this Greek text is being made, because thalasan is not how you would say this in Greek. So the literary style, to use Ammon's own phraseology, shows us this is translation Greek. This is from a Semitic source text. There's one example. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Nice.
Okay. So additionally, he said something along the lines of the word Adam. You know that word because I guess people have just told you that. Specifically, Adam's far older, but that we believe that the word Adam comes from Earth because that's what people told us hundreds of years later. So, Kipp, this is a question for you. Like, how do we know what this word Adam means other than just people telling us today?
So one of the things that Ammon will consistently sidestep is the fact that we have piles of Hebrew text outside the Bible that dramatically predates the copies of the biblical text that we have. So we have many Hebrew inscriptions, ostraca, artifactual epigraphic remains from, the 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th centuries BCE. We have this word, Adam, meaning man or humankind, represented in ostraca that come from Arad, that date back to the 6th century BCE. We have this word Adamah, meaning land or earth, appearing in cognate languages in Phoenician and in Aramaic from up in the north, also stretching back into this earlier Iron Age period. So this is not just Hebrew, writers coming along and inventing this relationship in the Hellenistic period. No, this is well established. And I'll say one more thing quickly. When it comes to investigating Hebrew and certainly Hebrew into the Iron Age, one of the difficult things of this exploration is that we have a whole bunch of these cognate languages in the Canaanite region, from the 10th century through the 6th century that all look really, really similar, and we classify them all generally as Canaanite, and Hebrew is a Canaanite language, but they're so close to one another for the most part that these are basically just regional dialects of something like the same language. Like we have Moabite texts, we have Amorite texts, like I mentioned, we have Ammonite texts, we have Philistine texts. Like all of this is forms of Hebrew, right? Which are basically attesting to the antiquity of this language. All right, maybe we'll continue with the video for a little bit.
Actually, not that long, just a couple of seconds.
Okay.
It's not Hebrew. And Origin, I think it was at the time, says there's nothing we can do. He says you may be right. There's nothing we can do. Right? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it's not me saying that this Septuagint is not Hebrew. That's what they were saying a long, long time ago, based upon the science of the language. So that's what my presentation is about. When you are translating, you never translate
Pause.
with increased technical.
Okay, so we kind of cut it off there, but basically he was like, hey, this guy, Julius Africanus, he's like, hey, the original text of the Old Testament is in Greek. And this guy Origen was like, yep, you're right, it's in Greek. We can't do anything about it. So like, this is a really early testimony of someone that said, hey, it was in Greek, and this is what we should go with because they're a lot closer than we are today. So, Joel, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, we're dealing with church fathers here, and I mean, Origen is actually hundreds of years later, so that's not necessarily that early. I need to see a citation of what he was talking exactly about. I need to read up on some church fathers, scholars. What is he actually referring to there? He didn't give a citation. What he did say was, again, scientific. He wants to be scientific about the language data, and I think we're going to show no, that's not. He's not being scientific with the language data. So we got more examples of that to come. But when it comes to church fathers, it's like, who cares? They're 300-400 years later. It's like, okay, the church fathers say all sorts of crazy things. Read them. They're nuts, and sometimes really cool.
Kind of are, yeah.
Yeah, nuts in a good way. All humans are nuts. We're all just totally weird creatures. But yeah, besides that.
All right, keep going, Vish.
You never raise the level of technical expertise of your source. You cannot make or pile in technicality. When we describe, for example,
you guys see the expression on my face there?
Floors. The architectural term in Greek, they don't have it in Hebrew, right? Because everybody knows, by the way, just people need to get this out there. The Hebrew vocabulary, the number of independent words, 8,000 at best, and quite a few of those are hop hogs. So 5,000.
Kipp, you smirked at that. So
5,000.
Because you Hebrew guy.
I mean, so many of the Hebrew roots are based in the.
Yeah, let's pause it.
Okay, so he was, let's talk about this increased technicality here. So he's basically saying you can't expect the person translating later to have increased technicality. So I'm not an expert. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean to you, Joel or Kipp, whoever wants to comment first?
So I mean I've seen him make this claim now a number. This is one of his favorite things to continue to restate, and I believe he presents this as one of his key pieces of evidence for the origins of the Torah in Greek having been translated into Hebrew. He's I've seen him say that there are anywhere from 250,000 to 1.5 million independent words in Greek. And for this reason, as I understand it, and you guys, you saw the expression on my face there while it was made, because this absolutely gobsmacked me. Like I had no idea what to do with this because I've never heard anything like this in terms of it being a problem for working in any kind of a language. Like complexity does not determine the direction of translation. And I think that that's originally how I understood his point. And somebody else has suggested to me that maybe it's not so much that complexity determines direction of translation, but more so that for the complexity within this Septuagint is so expansive that it can't possibly be, derived from this Hebrew text, which looks like conceptually way simpler. And something that we need to really clarify here. So another thing that Ammon will never actually deal with is the fact that we don't just have translations in Greek. We also have translations in Aramaic. We have copies of Aramaic translations of Hebrew texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Hebrew biblical text in the Dead Sea Scrolls. One of the things that we see taking place, certainly within this period around the time of when the Septuagint was translated, is interpretive expansion on the biblical text. So as much as the Septuagint is in many places a translation of the Hebrew text, there are also instances where the Septuagint is providing interpretive gloss to the Hebrew text, to the Hebrew originals. And we see this taking place not just in Greek, but in other languages as well. We see it taking place in other Hebrew texts, and we see it taking place in Aramaic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can I bring in a point about this whole increased technicality thing?
Please do.
What he was mentioning?
Please.
Yeah. So he makes the claim that you can't go, it's always gonna, you can't translate with increased technicality. So it doesn't happen. What I would say to this is that Hebrew and Greek are different languages. And so to get from one to the other requires making changes from this source text Hebrew language to the target language, which is Greek. And Greek is going to use different modes of communication, which maybe you would label that as like increased technicality, but I don't know if that's like the best label. So, for example, Hebrew is generally speaking, a more paratactic language. There's your big word of the day. That is, it doesn't use a lot of subordinating clauses. So for example, you could say something like, I went to the store and I ate cheese and I didn't pay for it and I got gassy. It's like phrases are just kind of like put beside each other. Hebrew often phrases things like more like that. But in Greek, you're going to have a lot more things being subordinated called hypotactic. So like having gone to the store and eating cheese, I didn't pay for it, leading therefore to me getting gassy. And it's like all like subordinate clauses. So just because you might phrase things differently, or because there are different systems of languages, because languages aren't all the same, right? They're different systems. It doesn't mean that one is more complex than the other. It just means that there were different means of communicating. So in Greek, for example, a lot of those means of communicating are built into the morphology, and by that I just mean like the combinations of vowels and consonants that get added to words to indicate specific meanings. So you got a specific set of sounds forms that indicate something like the subjunctive, which is the realm of possibility. And so you got specific forms you can see on the paper that are on whatever you're reading that show that. In Hebrew, the same kinds of things will be signaled in different ways. And so just because there's a lot of different little symbols and sounds that you might get there in Greek, but not in Hebrew, doesn't mean you can't do the same things in Hebrew. It's not less technical. It's just there are different ways of achieving the same outcome. There aren't a million billion morphological choices like in Greek. But that doesn't mean you can't communicate the similar things. It just means that it's done in different ways. So what do you mean by increased technicality, Ammon? So I'm another one of a different way of communicating. Another proof of this in the Septuagint that we could show that we can tell. Oh, hey, this is a different language, a different system. I'm telling you about systems of languages. I can show you that in the text again. And so can I give another example, guys? Yeah, we good?
Yes,
we're good. All right. So this one, this one's a little bit more complex than the last one, but I think it's actually way more convincing. So follow along. I believe the audience can do it. What I'm going to get at here is,
bright.
Oh yeah. So we can see that the Septuagint is translating from Hebrew because Hebrew phraseology pokes through in places. So different language system. These are things that just do not make sense if you were writing compositional Greek, just on your own without translating from a text. You can see the underlying Hebrew sitting underneath the Greek. And one way we see that is with relative pronouns and resumptive pronouns. Don't check out grammar terms. A relative pronoun is just like who, which, that, whom, that kind of thing. In Hebrew, things get phrased differently because the relative pronoun, asher, that's the term, doesn't give a ton of information about how that relative pronoun is functioning in the sentence. You need more information. And so the Hebrew is going to provide extra information with another pronoun, a resumptive pronoun. So don't check out again. Here, I'll give you an example in English. In English, we could say the playground in which he played. And in Hebrew, you would say, classical Hebrew, you'd say the playground which he played in it. You see the difference there? English, the playground in which he played. Hebrew, the playground which he played in it. But we wouldn't say that in English, right? We wouldn't put that in it on the end. The Hebrew has to add that final bit in it because the relative pronoun which doesn't tell us the relationship between his playing and the playground. You need that it in it to make clear what is meant. So I'll give you another example, an English example. The cat by which the mouse died. In Hebrew, you would say, the cat which the mouse died by him. It's like, that sounds really awkward to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
The cat by which the mouse died. Hebrew, the cat which the mouse died by him. So you add in again this pronoun on the end of this prepositional phrase. It's awkward to us, but totally normal in Hebrew. So now here's where, if you followed along, this is where it's going to touch down for you. Now, when we go to Greek, it's a lot like English in that it doesn't need that extra tagged on phrase on the end. That's unnecessary in Greek as it is in English. But we see it in the Septuagint. We see that extra bit on the end in the Septuagint. And so I'm going to give you, again, I'm going to be a novice YouTuber. I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see this?
There it is.
Yeah. So Genesis 19:29. Again, I think this is almost definitive. This is definitive evidence. This is a translation. Genesis 19:29. So you've got the Hebrew, Ha'arim, Asher, Yashav, Bahem, Lot, the cities which Lot dwelled in. So I've given you like the colloquial English translation. Literally, the Hebrew would say the cities which he dwelled in them, Lot. But because we're translating to English, we get rid of that in them. But it says in them in the Hebrew. In the Greek, you've got Taspolis and Hes, Katoiki, and Avtes, Lot. The cities in which Lot dwelled in them. You see what happened? The cities in which Lot dwelled in them. Why does it say that in them? It says that because it's clearly just representing the Hebrew source text underneath. You do not need that in them in Greek. You could just say the cities in which Lot dwelled. Period. Just like you could in English. But because there's this Semitic source text, this Hebrew language system underneath, the translator is actually representing what they see in the Hebrew text. Yeah. This is not how you would say things in Greek. You do not need that in them on the end. And this actually crops up in the Septuagint over and over and over again. Another example I brought you, this is just a few from Numbers 13:32. And it says, and they presented the report of the land that they explored to the Israelites, saying, the land that we went through. And so I added in the it there and the in it, because in the Hebrew it has that, again, that extra pronoun, it. The land that they explored, it. The land that we went through, in it. And so when you get to Greek, you see it again. And so the translation, obviously the translator's doing some things here, but let's just focus on the pronouns. And he brought a terror to the land, which they visited it, towards the sons of Israel, saying, the land which we passed over, it. And again, that you don't need to say that in Greek. That you don't do that, because you could just say the land which they visited, the land which we passed over. Why does it have this extra pronoun, these pronominal phrases? Because it's clearly translating a Semitic source text. We see the Hebrew language popping through in ways that are not the way you'd speak Greek. So coming back to Ammon's claim about literary style, this is the literary style of the Septuagint. It is clearly translation Greek. You can see the Hebrew poking through.
Yes.
So if you're reading Homer, if you're reading the 4th century orators, you won't see this stuff. This is not the way that you write things in Greek, in compositional Greek. And the fact that it crops up over and over and over again in the Septuagint is showing us there's a Semitic source text, a Hebrew text underneath that the translator is translating from.
Okay. I think we're
make
good to
sense?
give you one.
Yep.
It does.
That's good. So before we continue, I think I'm just going to say, because Joel has like 50 minutes, I'm going to save. I can stick around for however long, and I'm happy to answer all the questions and all the super chats. But I really want to be respectful of Joel's time. So I think the best thing to do is just focus on the video for now, and I will get to the questions and the super chats later. And my apologies for that, everyone. So if that's all right, I think we'll just bring the video up again, and we'll continue with some more.
Is it possible to do the video on like 1.5?
They're all there.
Which come
Yeah,
from that
maybe we could,
Semitic side.
Yeah.
All that whole area.
It's not Indo-European.
You've only got 8,000, Kipp. There are 250,000 plus.
Right.
On the ancient Greek side. The level of technical expertise in Greek is so high, and the Romans would agree with Latin with the same thing, that the Hebrew could never achieve the sophistication. And I'll show you that right now with the text. I'm just going to quote to you here. Yeah, there was a dude in the land called Alcibiades, and the dude's name was Job, right? And this guy was what? Look at the third line. He was Alethinos, Amymptos, Dikaios, Theosebes. Now, only 3 of those are represented in the Hebrew. One of those concepts drops directly. The problem that we get into is, what do these words mean? That last word, Theosebes, is a Greek word that goes back as far as Greek does.
Can you pause it?
Roots
can you pause it there for a second?
A handful of them.
So I do want to point this out before we get into this. He's provided a list here of words in which the Greek verbal root for sabazo is employed in making all these different constructions. Something that's critical to point out here is that those first 2, sabaot and sabachtani, the first is a Hebrew word that is transliterated. I don't believe that it is derived from the Greek root for sabazo. And same with the second one. The second one is actually an Aramaic verb. Sabachtani is one that people will probably recognize from the words of Jesus on as recorded in I think it's Mark's gospel. I don't know for sure, but it says that he cried out in Aramaic, lama 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 lama, or Eloi Eloi lama sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? This is a transliteration. And looking it up in the standard Greek lexicon LSJ, like you won't find it there because it's not a Greek word, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can continue.
It is not.
But you notice that Sabaoth is there, and right away people will jump in and say, Hebrew. Nope, sorry, it's earlier tested Greek. Yes, good. And why is that? Because we Greeks, we worship Sabazeus. This is not a new concept to us. Look at the verbs here, right? Look at them. Sabazo, to sabazo something. It is to extend Saba. And what is that Saba? It is from the Pelasgian side, which goes back to the Chalcolithic era. So this is before any Sumerian, long before. So from this Pelasgian side comes this Saba root. What did the Victorians in 1850 figure out? Sabazo is being used as a wadzo. Oh my God, that's the word that means to worship Bacchus. It means to cry Ewa in honor of Bacchus. So when I open up Genesis and I see the name Eve, and the Septuagint says her name is Zoe, I know that this is the Ewa Zoe. That is a Greek concept. That is the water of life. Let's keep going.
Not the name Eve, though.
I'll tell you the basic thing I tell incomers
into
the intensive Greek course. The vowels are tuning.
Okay, so before we get into the whole whatever you're talking about there, could you just try to represent his argument here for what he's trying to say?
It's hard, honestly. for me personally, it was very difficult for me to follow at this point exactly where he was going, and watching it numerous times, I still struggle a little bit to see the connection he's attempting to make. So one of the things, though, that I think what's happening is Ammon has a deep attachment to this term. Uh, 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 what's theosabes,
Yeah.
which is a Greek word. It's a compound from theos, meaning God, and the Greek verb sabato, and it's translated a variety of different ways. It can mean a worshiper or a God-fearer, but he sees in this term there's a specific technical usage that appears in some very, very old texts, if I understand him correctly. And I haven't looked at these, but in some very, very old texts, it appears specifically as this technical term for worshiping Saba or Dionysus or Zeus. I think. Am I getting that right, Joel? As far as you understand it?
I think so. Yeah, he was making some connection back to Zeus or Dionysus.
Yeah. So, and then what he's doing from there is saying this is what this word always means, right? And that's just not how languages work. No language works this way. We have words in English that we will use and to mean various things determined by their context of usage. And in particular, when it comes to a text like the Septuagint, one of the things that we need to bear in close consideration is where it came from and who was writing it. These were Hellenistic Jews. So they're drawing from not just, excuse me, their own Greek literary skills, but they're also drawing from this deep Jewish or proto-Jewish culture in terms of attempting to express. So they're attempting to express some of these older ideas into this Greek language, and they'll use words which might mean something in these extremely archaic medical texts or religious texts to mean offering praise or worship to Zeus, just to mean God-fearer. Like that's all that's happening in the Septuagint translation of
I mean,
Hebrew,
just
of Job.
Yeah, if you even go to like the most kind of standard lexicon now, like the Diggle's Cambridge Greek Lexicon is the newest, just a few years ago. The term, if you go with theosabes, just look it up. It just says of persons or cities revering the gods, devout, God-fearing, pious, reverential. It's just a word, a very generic word. It doesn't have some crazy ancient connotation. It is words have meaning in context and in the social settings in which they're prevalent. And so in the 3rd century, this doesn't mean anything about Dionysus outside of a context where Dionysus or Zeus is mentioned. It just means a god-fearer. And so he's doing some really kind of gymnastics, etymological gymnastics to get back to this meaning something about Zeus or Dionysus.
Yeah, and of course the word could have meant that at one point, but it can be used differently later. We see that all the time. Like if you just think of just like English words like dear John or look, a deer, like same exact word used completely differently.
Well, I mean, those are different probably roots, but yeah, it does happen in English, in any language. Yeah, words change their meaning. Like if I say, hey, John got canceled yesterday. In our culture, it's like, oh, what canceled means a certain thing. 50 years ago, they would think, oh, was he on a TV show or something?
20 years ago, right?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Like it's not even
it's not
even that old. Like and I think this. So another important point to raise here too, and just to reinforce this, like there were multiple translators of the Greek text that we know as the Septuagint that were collected together in the Septuagint that we have, and they were not all as skilled as one another. Some of them were quite good, some of them were less good, but I think we must be open to the possibility that the Greek translators of the Septuagint were not all native Greek speakers, and were probably Hebrew speakers or Aramaic speakers who were translating these texts. So there's no guarantee either that they're going to get all the Greek words right when they're using them.
They might punt at certain places too,
Yes.
right? I have an
They do
example.
this throughout Job, right?
Yeah, can I bring another example here of why we can tell there's a Hebrew text underneath? Because it's exactly what you're saying, which is that I would say that a lot of the translators, especially the Pentateuch, they seem to be pretty good at Greek. But even so, there are certainly times when they don't know what to do with the Hebrew text that's before them because they don't get what it means. And so what do? They just literally render a transliteration. They make the sounds of the Hebrew and put it into Greek in a word that means nothing. Like it's a literal meaningless word, but they just put it into Greek characters, what the Hebrew sounded like. If this were a compositional Greek text, why are they suddenly inserting meaningless Greek words? Why are they suddenly putting in just meaningless stuff? And so I'll show you. Again, I'll share my screen one more time here. I have an article from Emmanuel Tove, who is a giant in biblical studies, an absolute giant. And I just grabbed a screenshot of his article here. Loanwords is the article. And here you could just, does everybody see this? Yeah? You guys can see this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
Maybe
zoom a little bit.
Yeah,
So I just clipped this from his article, and he just shows us a few examples where you have a Hebrew text, and then it's rendered literally in Greek. So savek or sevek maybe, but sevek. I don't have the consonants here, the vowels here. But then he renders it with savek. So it's just the Hebrew being the sound of the Hebrew put into Greek letters, despite it actually this is not a word. Savek is not a word in Greek. You see it in Samuel as well, where this Amapheth upon the I guess the things before Amapheth. Well, Amapheth is just clearly Hamapheth or Hamaphoth or something from here, from the Hebrew, because they don't. This is not a Greek word. Same thing happens here in 1 Samuel. This ergaz. It's just Hebrew sounds being turned into Greek, and we see this in other places.
On that one from 1 Samuel 6:15, this is something interesting that we can see clearly, is that the Greek translator is not even getting the like he's misreading one of the consonants there, right? That the word is argaz, right? But because the Zion, in particular in a number of Second Temple scripts, looks almost identical to a vav. Here he's transliterated it ergav, right, instead of ergaz, because he's mistaking that last letter, which is a Zion, for a vav.
Yep, exactly. And so we see this in other places. We see it again in Genesis down here. They don't know what to do with this word, so it becomes just a transliteration. It's just the sounds, just to make sure everybody's clear. It's just the sounds of the Hebrew. And then it happened here again with Mahir, which again they're reading this probably a little bit differently consonantally, and you see it throughout the Septuagint. And so I share these examples with you because it is evident from the text data, scientifically speaking, as Ammon wants to, linguistically speaking, it is clearly a translation from a Semitic source text. Otherwise, they are speaking gibberish. They're making things up that's nonsensical Greek. So I hope that also helps to convince the audience who's here. It's quite evident. I know we haven't said this yet, but there is not a single Septuagint scholar on the planet who thinks that the Septuagint is not a translation. And I know, of course, consensus, whatever. I mean, we can all work towards pushing against consensus if they're wrong. But no one, I'm just saying, literally no one thinks this isn't a translation. And it's because of the things I'm showing you. The translation technical data, the linguistic data, this literary style.
And this is Christians all the way to the most fervent atheist out there, no matter what your religion is, everybody does not think in this view. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we keep going with the Eve stuff, Vish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 35 minutes, guys. And then I gotta hop out right at 12:30.
We might have to
consonantal
continue
stems,
this at
and
another
that
time.
E on the end is just the way to address that ewa.
What about the
Ewa
guttural?
becomes ewa. Oh, isn't that
Where does
nice?
the guttural come from?
It's not a guttural. Have you ever heard of a digamma? It is a letter that was used in the Mycenaean Greek that became drawn into the upsilon. Now, this draw happened early on because it makes it all the way over onto the Latin side. Ewa, ewa. You spell it E-V-O-E. You spell it E-V-O-E.
I spell it chet vav hey, and I'm interested to know where the guttural came from.
Oh, well, here's the problem. That's Hebrew, and we're talking about the Greek language.
But how do you get from the Greek? This is what I'm most interested in. Is the path taken from there?
Are you saying, Kipp, let's pretend the Greek came first? You're asking how did it get from that into the Hebrew? Is what you're asking, in a way.
In terms of some of these words, I know ewa sounds a lot like our anglicized form of the Hebrew, or well, it's probably coming out of the Septuagint version of that name, but the Hebrew is chava. So where did that come from?
It was a later back translation, like all of the Hebrew. That's why you find the Dead Sea Scrolls with Greek, because they were translating into a dead liturgical language. When you go to the synagogues, you see Greek. Why don't you see any Hebrew? You see Greek.
Well,
in the
pause
synagogue.
it here for a second. Let's talk about. I've got something to say about Adam and Eve. Now the reason why I was fixating in here on the guttural when I'm continuing to ask him where does the guttural come from, I'm talking about the phonetic value of that first consonant in Hebrew, the het, which makes the ch sound, which is missing in the Greek. Now, the reason I raise this point, there's a couple of things, right? I'm going back again to the etymological argument, the etymological point that chava, the name Eve, is a play on another Hebrew word, the verb chaya, or the adjective he, which just means living. And in the text of Genesis chapter 3, right at the end, it tells us that Adam renamed the woman and called her Chava because she was the mother of all chai, of all life. Again, there's this play on words here, and we can see some of the difficulty that the Greek translator here, and he's a good translator, but he's encountering this issue with wordplay as it translates into Greek, right? Because in Genesis, and this is something that Ammon mentioned at the end of Genesis chapter 3, he says that that Adam called her name Zoe, because she was the mother of all life, mother of all Zeus, I think it is, right? So, but then in Genesis chapter 4, verse 1, the text opens with Adam knew his woman Chava, and then she became pregnant, and she bore a son, Cain. The translator now approaches this text and says that the man, the Adam, knew his woman. He doesn't say Zoe, he says Ewa, because he's recognized the literary connection before, but now he's also recognized that she has a name, Ewa, Eve, and that's what he does with it. And I asked about the guttural in part because of that, because there's weird stuff going on in that story in Genesis, but then additionally, there is not a consistent relationship between this Hebrew consonant chet and whatever is taking place within the Greek. Sometimes it's transliterated with an aspirant. I'm talking about proper names here. Sometimes it's transliterated with the Greek consonant he, which makes that same sound. And it's a small indicator, but in the moment, this was one to me where I was utterly confused about how we're making this connection, right, between the something like the Greek name Ewa and the Hebrew Chava. I can make that connection by seeing what the Greek translator is doing. It's way harder to make that connection working in the reverse. That's all.
Totally. Yep. Absolutely.
This guy Job has. And I want you to see that this is that
Actually,
Saba, that
pause it one more
Saba
time.
of Zeus or Thel.
Sorry. Yeah. So we kind of skipped it a little bit, but he he said something along the lines of this Hebrew hava, or I can't even read what I'm writing here, but comes from back translation. That's why you find the Dead Sea Scrolls with Greek, because they were translating into a dead liturgical language. Because when you go to the synagogue, you see Greek, and why don't you see Hebrew? So could you explain what he's talking about there, and what kind of argument he's trying to make in your thoughts there?
So yeah, he's suggesting that because we have archaeological digs throughout Palestine, which have unearthed remains of what have been interpreted as synagogues, and similarly also in Egypt, I think, and a few other places. I'm not exactly sure all of where we have ancient synagogues, but we have a few. Importantly, these are the idea of a synagogue as early as the 1st century BCE is not really clearly fleshed out. So structures that archaeologists have unearthed and said this is a synagogue, they may be, but not necessarily. The other thing that we need to point out here too is at this time, there were certainly synagogues in and around Palestine. They were much more popular in the diaspora, and that's because these emerged as places of worship and community as a result of being displaced from the temple in Jerusalem. Right? This is how Judaism kind of emerged as an internationalized diaspora culture and religion, which also explains why we don't see the same sort of thing necessarily taking place in the land of Israel, within the land itself. And that's, I think what we do see there are a handful of these structures, these synagogues that were erected by thoroughly Hellenized Jewish communities, but there's clearly not a whole lot of them, in the land at in the 2nd, 1st century BCE, 1st century CE. And those ones that we do see, because they're like these Greek, these Hellenized houses of worship, you do see some preservation of Greek inscriptions. I have to go back and check because I don't think you actually see a lot of these. Certainly not dating this far back. But the other thing that's missing here is lots of the Second Temple Jewish inscriptional evidence that we have in Hebrew. We have tons of Hebrew inscriptions on ostraca, on pillars, on what's the word I'm looking for? The bone boxes.
Ossuaries.
Ossuaries, tomb inscriptions. Like one of the things that I don't, that I would have challenged Ammon at this point if I was thinking through this or had some time to think through this, is why are we just restricting this to synagogues? There's tons of other epigraphic evidence for the usage of Hebrew.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, I think we're good.
I'm wondering, for the sake of time.
Yeah.
I'm happy to discuss some of the other things. Could I give a couple cases here? Just kind of some of the two of the other things that I had planned. Just so that people, when they leave the stream, I'm not saying that we should end it now or anything like that, but because I have to leave at 12:30, if I can give two more cases just to really put it in people's minds that this is an absolutely false claim from Ammon, I think that might be helpful, and we can continue the dialogue and the video subsequently, but it might be helpful for us to do that.
Okay,
Can I do that?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So again, Ammon's making a lot of interesting etymological claims, but he wants to be scientific. So let's be scientific about the language. So again, I pose to you, those listening, what do we actually see in the linguistic data of the translation? And so I want to bring you 2 more points that I think show, again, this is not a compositional Greek piece. It's not written in Greek. It is translation Greek, is what it is. And they're really good examples, I think, that just demonstrate this. So I'll give you one here. I will share my screen once again. So let me know when you can see that, y'all.
Yep,
Got it.
All right. So here we have Leviticus. It's a crazy set of ritual texts and other things that people often get very confused by. Fair enough. But I just want to show you one thing right at the beginning. So in Hebrew, it says, ish, ish, man, man. Mebeit Israel asher yishchat shor. Any man from the house of Israel who might slaughter an ox. Literally, man from the house of Israel who might slaughter an ox. That's when you say man, it's an idiom. It's a Hebrew idiom to say like a certain person, an individual, a certain man. That is not the same in Greek. That idiom does not exist in Greek. But what you find in the Septuagint is anthropos, man. Ton hion Yisrael, e ton proseluton, ton proskimenon, and himin hos an sphase moschon. Man of the son of Israel's, or of the immigrants, or of those residing among you, textual difference there, who might slaughter a calf. When it says man, anthropos in Greek, go ahead and search all of the literary texts that Ammon said that you need to read to understand the literary style. I've done this. Just do the search. You can look on a thing called TLG, the Source Lingua Graeca. Man is not a Greek idiom. It doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? Because this is translating from a Hebrew text. It's translating a Hebrew idiom literally. Ish is just anthropos. So it's clear that this is just a representation of the Hebrew that's underlying it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, guys?
Yes.
Okay, it does to you. Okay. Yeah, so that's one example. Let's do another one. So this one's a little bit closer to my heart because it gets to my work in my dissertation. So I've done a lot of work in the laws in the Covenant Code, so in chapter 21 to 23 of Exodus. And later on, Kipp, you'll mention in your comments to him about the infinitive absolute.
Yeah.
It's this specific kind of grammatical, syntactical structure that we find in Hebrew that doesn't exist in Greek. And that was a good place for you to go. I think that was right. This construction, it gives us a window into times when the Septuagint is using phraseology that doesn't exist, again, in classical or post-classical Greek, in order to mimic the Hebrew source text that they're translating from. And so it's where we can use the linguistic data to show that the Septuagint is translation Greek. And so this is the literary style, again. So here's an example. Makei ish vamet mot yumat. One striking a man and he dies, he shall certainly be put to death. That's the Hebrew. And the Greek is ayande pataxe tis tina ke apothane thanato thanatusto. If anyone might strike someone and he dies, by death, let him be put to death. And so what I want you to focus on here is that last bit. By death, let him be put to death. Thanato thanatusto. That's a redundant thing to say. If you put someone to death, they're dying by death, right? It's not colloquial Greek. In English, it doesn't compute in English, and it also doesn't compute in Greek as a normal way that you'd say something. We're redundant. So thanatao means put to death. You don't need to add by death right here for everyone to really see. By death. You don't need that. The translator adds this phrase by death. Why? And here's the cinch. Because in the Hebrew, you've got two of the same root. You got mot, yumat. You can the MT sound. Does everybody hear that? It's because it's the infinitive absolute. It uses the same term twice for emphasis to say it without sophistication. So it's wooden in that sense, the translation, because it's trying to represent what is underneath, which is this Hebrew text, this infinitive absolute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we can see again that the Septuagint is translating from Hebrew because it's saying something that is not normal in Greek. By death being put to death. It's not that's not normal Greek. That's translation Greek. And if you know the idioms of classical and post-classical Greek, the literary style, because I have gone through, I kid you not, every single example of the death penalty in legal texts and of all the terminology for the death penalty that exists in the classical and post-classical texts. This was my dissertation at Oxford. And I am telling you, thanato thanatousto is not a phrase that exists. It doesn't. It's not colloquial Greek. So it's not, the literary style is not a literary style. It's off. And why is it off? It's because the translator is representing, is going, I see the word, I see mot, and I see mot again. Well, let's do something that sounds similar. Thanato, you see, thanat, thanatousto, thanat, thanat. And so it's not idiomatic Greek, but it's representing the same kind of structure it's seeing in the Hebrew text underneath it. So we can tell then that the literary style is not that of compositional Greek, it is translation Greek.
I'll say something more about the infinitive absolute here. So by the time, and we see this from the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls are very valuable for helping us to understand the development of the Hebrew language from the biblical period. I haven't even talked about this, but there is we have copies of biblical texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but these are actually a fairly small percentage of all the literature that is there. There is tons and tons of original composition in Hebrew as well as in Aramaic. One of the things that we see in the Hebrew texts outside of their copies of biblical texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls is that this syntactical construction, the infinitive absolute in Hebrew, has started to disappear by this point, by the 2nd century BCE. So if we're looking at these Greek texts, and one of the things that I'll note as well, and I think Joel can confirm this, is when you encounter the infinitive absolute as it's translated in the Septuagint, they're not consistent on what they do with it, but what they are consistent in is misunderstanding how it functions. And this makes some sense because it's an archaic term. It's quite old. It stretches back, and we have examples of it outside of the Hebrew Bible as well in some of these earlier Iron Age Hebrew texts, right? It's archaic, and because it's archaic and because it's passed out of usage or is on the brink of basically disappearing by the time that the Septuagint is written or translated, it makes sense that they don't understand what to do with it. In the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I think I think we could probably have a bit of a scholarly disagreement on this one. Not in the sense of that they're clearly translating it in different ways and weird ways. But I think it's possible that they might have understood what it means, but there's just no good way of saying it. There's no equivalent, so they do weird things that don't actually represent its meaning. And I think you're totally right when they do translate it sometimes, they don't translate it sometimes, but I think it's often because there's just not equivalent Greek to represent it. So sometimes you'll find a good way of phrasing something that will represent the infinitive absolute, this one form, and then the other form, like cognates, like they'll use cognate terms. So like you might find like by a theft, he stole something. And you're like, well, duh, he stole it. It's by a theft. But the thing is, like, it's because they're trying to represent, like, okay, well, there's 2 Hebrew terms here. Let's add something in. Clearly, let's add something in, even if it's a bit redundant. It will at least represent multiple Hebrew terms that we see under the surface. And so you'll see, like, oh, by a visitation, I will visit you. It's like, well, obviously. And again, all of this is pointing to the fact that there's a Hebrew text underneath, that they're seeing 2 terms. And they're seeing this phrase, the infinitive absolute, and going, okay, what do we do with this? Because we don't talk like this, and this doesn't translate to Greek well. So in some cases do one thing, some cases do another, but it's clear that they're trying to represent two Hebrew terms underneath by using non-colloquial Greek.
Yeah. So
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I think we just disagree maybe on like
Yeah,
did
yeah.
they
No,
understand it?
I
Did
yeah.
they understand the term or not? Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm non-committal on that.
All right.
So now I think we probably need to make a decision here because Joel has to go in about 15 minutes and so
Yeah.
does Vishanti, and we're only halfway through this video. I was far too ambitious in in my expectation.
Yeah,
that
but
we
there
could
was
get
only
through the
like
whole thing.
there was only like 2 questions that we had for Joel specifically. So there
That's fair.
so
So
the Theos base, and then just something that you probably could answer yourself. So if you want to go through that quickly, we can do that, or Joel can keep
I think
giving
we're
his
good.
arguments.
Well, I mean, sorry, I thought you were asking me that. No, we can do whatever you guys want to.
So I was going to open it up to whether or not I think Vish has just about had her fill, but I was going to suggest that maybe we could we could go through the rest of the video together at another time, or Zach can stick around and he and I can just go through the rest, the two of us after Joel and Vish go.
I'm happy
If
either way.
either way. So
Do we want to do super chats just to respect people's super chats?
let's do
After
the super
Joel
chats
leaves, though.
now.
Or
Well, no,
there might be
how about
questions
we
for-
do them?
okay.
Yeah, how about we do those now, and then Joel and Vish can get out of here, and Zach, I guess you and I can decide whether we want to finish watching.
Sounds good.
The rest of it. Okay. Star Song for $5. Thank you very much. I hate that creationists take Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve to be the equivalent of the creation story. Yep. Okay. I don't know much of anything about Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve, so I will agree with you that sounds really annoying. But
It's
I
because
appreciate very much.
scientists have a bad sense of humor, and they're like, "See, they named him Adam and Eve. It must mean that the Bible's
Yeah.
true."
Must be.
Is that the connection, really?
Mhm. That's
Oh, wow.
that's almost exactly it. Milwaukee Atheist
Wow.
for $2. You look great, Kipp.
Hey.
Tokenomics
Oh, yeah.
for $5. What is the magnitude of Proto-Semitic influence on early Greek from either Phoenician origins or later Hassanid homogenization of Levant languages?
Proto-Semitic influence on early Greek.
Oh yeah,
That's a
big
great question, and
Yeah,
I
it's a big
have
question.
no. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, like the alphabet is going to come from these early alphabetized Semitic scripts that we see, which will eventually make its way into Greek and their alphabet. From what I understand of the history of the alphabet, but the actual ins and outs of how that worked, that's not my area of expertise.
Milwaukee Atheist for another $5. If we compare the Greek of the Septuagint to the Argonautica, a text of a similar time period, it's very different. You can tell that the Septuagint is translated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Milwaukee Atheists, you're totally right, because what you're saying is you're doing what Ammon said to do, which is literary style. Check the literary style, and it is clearly translation Greek. Well done. Yeah.
Kwame for $4.99. No Hebrew and Elephantine are all Yehuda, but we see Greek and Aramaic, whereas the Hebrew Moses reference or Hebrew Torah before Septuagint. Punctuation would have been
so
helpful there.
So I mean, this is a point. I did a stream last week or 2 weeks ago, I think, with Neil, where we discussed this issue on basically the origins of the Torah as a document, this collection of Hebrew literature, and what's really going on there in between, like the 5th century BCE and the 1st century CE. So no Hebrew in Elephantine or El Yehuda. This is true. And the reason for that is because at the time, in the Persian period, in these earliest stages, Aramaic was the lingua franca. Elephantine for people who aren't aware, is it's an island. It's a community, a a a Semitic community of Yahweh worshippers deep in Egypt. The theory is that these were people who were displaced after the destruction of the first temple, and ended up in Egypt, and they had their whole. It's a really really interesting community that had their own strong religious traditions, and one of the things that we see there is that they clearly have no idea what the Torah is. They don't know who Moses was. They don't seem to know much of anything about these ancient Hebrew traditions that appear within our biblical text, and that's true. However, there's more than just the reason. We don't just have to look at that and say, well, none of this stuff existed. One of the things that that scholars will talk about is how much this early Hebrew literature was curated within a very small segment of the ancient Israelite population, that wasn't widely known from outside sources, but actually does date back quite early. As for ideas about Moses, or reference to the Hebrew Torah, we actually have references to Moses in the Hebrew prophets, which virtually everybody has no issues dating, into the 8th, 7th century BCE. Jeremiah makes mention of Moses. Micah makes mention of Moses. You see in the book of Hosea, which might be the earliest of the Hebrew prophets, talks about, it doesn't actually name Moses, which is kind of interesting, but talks about an Exodus tradition, and he talks about these patriarchal figures, Jacob and Esau and Laban. So we do have some evidence. Unfortunately, we don't have the kind of manuscript or artifactual evidence that we would like. But I'll also point out the other thing that we don't have are, Greek versions of these texts that date back that early either.
Okay.
Was classical Hebrew at first mutually intelligible as a dialect with other Canaanite languages, Ammonite, Moabite, Phoenician, etc. at this time? And this is where the difficulty in making this hard and fast distinction between what we call Hebrew and what we might call Moabite in particular. They're really, really close. Or, Ammonite and Phoenician, they're a little bit farther apart. But there's as I said, there's a collection of Canaanite languages, one of which is Hebrew. And the relationships between them all are really close, and to the point that it's not always very easy to distinguish one from the other. In fact, one of the things that scholars have been doing for a long time, and I think they're starting to get away from it more, is identifying "quote unquote" Hebrew texts just based on the fact that the text mentions Yahweh. So, I don't know if that answers your question. I hope so.
Satan 616 says, "Love you, Kipp Hart. Mindfulness Journey for
too,
666. Hail Nero, hail Dr. Kill, hail Real Scholarship."
Thank you, my
And
unfinished
done for
journey.
£10. Just thanks. Those are all the.
Thank you. So I think I mean, at this point, I don't know if you have anything to say before before you head out. You okay to stick around for a bit, Zach, or do you want to shut it down?
Yeah, I'm totally down.
Okay. So Vish and Joel are going to go. Zach and I are going to continue with the video, and we'll see if we can try and get through with it. If you have more questions or comments, I'll try to get to them as we go. But maybe just finish up with some thoughts, Joel.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, there are a few things we can consider. I've given you evidence here that this is clearly a translation document from a Semitic source text. Hopefully you followed along and that has become evident to you. If you don't agree, please show me how then you can explain the examples that I've given you. Don't jump into Ammon this, Ammon that, trail off into something else. How do you deal with the linguistic data? That's the question. I've noticed, I checked the chat a second ago, again, should never do that. But there's people saying, oh, Ammon's been studying Greek for 30 years. Great. That's excellent. That doesn't mean that he's right. You can read Greek texts for 30 years and read them poorly. You can read Greek texts for 30 years and not understand interdisciplinary studies, not understand translation studies, to not read the Septuagint closely for its actual linguistic data, the text linguistic data that we see in it. So it's really, that's just an appeal to an authority. We want data. Are we dealing with data? Don't just say he's great, he's a great Greek scholar, or I'm a great Greek, anyone. What is the data? That's what we want. So yeah, I mean, that I've been trying to give you that information. I would also point you to the fact that it's very strange that suddenly we get these, if it is a Hebrew translation from Greek, that it's translated in different literary styles, different not dialects, probably on term, but in different stages of the Hebrew language is what I should say. So you see classical biblical Hebrew, which is early Hebrew, and then it changes, and then it becomes late biblical Hebrew. And we see that in the actual Hebrew text. So it's weird to translate from Greek to different phases of the Hebrew language. That doesn't make any sense either. So that's just another piece of kind of meta data that you need to consider. So I've shown you these examples, and I do got to check out here that the Hebrew text interferes with typical Greek ways of speaking, and where there are examples where we see the Hebrew text come through in other ways. I gave you about 5 examples that are, you got to prove them wrong. Ammon can do a video on it if he wants. Feel free. I don't think he can. I will also add now, there are 0 indications that the Hebrew text has any interference from the Greek text. If it was a translation, you would expect interference from the translated text. We see no signs of Greek influence, 0. We don't see Greek loanwords. We don't see imitation of Greek syntax. We don't see any of it. Why? Because it is the Hebrew text that is interfering with the Greek text, not the other way around. The burden of proof lays with Ammon to show how this could be a translation from Greek. You would expect to see some signs that it was a translation from the Greek language, and not every possible sign that it is translated from a Semitic text. Those are my 2 cents for you all today.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you very much for finding the time to take part in this. I really appreciate your input and your expertise on this topic, and I'm hoping we can do some things maybe together in the future. That'd be cool. Other than hanging out and having a beer, or whiskey.
Whiskey. I only drink whiskey.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I twist my rubber arm. Okay. Well, we're gonna let Joel go. And Vish, thank you very much for helping out thus far. Vishanti actually has to go and study because she's got Hebrew class.
Yeah,
tonight,
unlike Ammon, I bother to learn Hebrew, and until he does and does it well, I don't really care what he has to say about Hebrew text, because all he's doing is reading every single thing through Greek lenses. It's a meme, honestly. Just, oh, I only read Greek. Hey, look at all these other things that aren't Greek. Hey, these look like Greek. So, look, if people want to use mysticism and woo-woo language in their devotional study, live your best life. It's enriching to you. I'm sure it's very spiritually, great for you. That's not consensus and that's not scholarship. That's not how that's done. So, have fun. I'm going to go actually learn some Hebrew now because I have homework.
I thank you, Joel.
Maybe Ammon should try that.
Yeah, right. Yes,
we appreciate it.
Yes.
Oh, there she goes.
Sorry, I cut her off at the end there. I didn't mean to cut her off. My mistake. Sorry, I saw my name and look, that's the egotistical scholar, right? Egotistical scholar right here.
Always.
Okay, I do have to go immediately. So
awesome.
Cheers, guys. Thank you, everybody, for listening
Joel.
in. Really appreciate it. We'll see you all soon. Okay, bye.
All right, later.
And everybody make sure to go and subscribe to his channel.
Yes.
He talks about the Bible and stuff.
Yes, please. talks about the Bible and stuff. All right, so I think I have the. All right, I'm gonna pretend to be a professional YouTuber now, and and pull up the video that I have loaded on my tab. There we go. I gotta add it to the stage here. La 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 la. Everyone can see that. That's all good.
We're good.
So we'll continue going through this. Zach and I will pause it and say a few things here and there. You can ask me to pause it wherever you want, Zach, and then we'll try and get to the end of the stream in a reasonable amount of time.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Might want to make it big though. Yeah.
Let's do that. I can do this. I can always do the full screen thing, right? There we go. I always mess that up. Okay.
Is what this guy Job has. And I want you to see that this is that Saba of Zeus or Theos. How does this translated, right? On the Masoretic side, you just use an adjective for being afraid. And you drop.
So one of the things that I'm going to point out here, I've mentioned this I think before, but if you watch much of any of Ammon's material, you'll notice that when it does come to Hebrew texts, he will use a Hebrew interlinear that he gets from like Bible Hub or Blue Letter Bible. I don't know which one he uses specifically. So he uses these Hebrew interlinear texts in order to navigate what's going on in the Hebrew when making his comparisons with Greek. And importantly, I see this as a problem. I suspect it stems from the fact that he knows a little bit of Hebrew, but certainly not enough to actually read the biblical text and understand the biblical text. And the other thing that he will often do is when it comes to the Hebrew words, he'll pull up glosses that appear on these sites. These are usually derived from Strong's Concordance and their little glossary of Hebrew in the back. Importantly, this is not he's not using Hebrew lexicons. He's not using more detailed Hebrew dictionaries that scholars use when examining the language.
Just for clarity, what's a gloss?
A gloss is so it's like a simplified a simplified dictionary that'll just give you some equivalents. So like let's just pull this up here and I'll show you, right? Like he's using something that's tied to Strong's clearly for his Hebrew. Vayireh has the Strong's number on the left. It's got a pronunciation underneath, and it just gives you this basic definition, and one who feared. That's not a dictionary definition, right? This is just a basic gloss to provide you a broad value of what the word means. Maybe just for the sake of comparison, I'll show you what a Hebrew dictionary entry for that looks like. Shall we take a look at that?
Yeah.
So
dive into the world of scholarship,
right? So there we go. So I will just I'll stop that. I'll share my whole screen and you can see this is what I'm going to show you here is what is commonly called halot. This is an abbreviation for the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. This is the standard work, and I'll just pull up the root yara, from which yire, the adjective, comes from. It's really small, isn't it? So let me see if I'll make that bigger. So, and you can see here just how much more in depth and detailed this is, right? So this is the root. It provides you the verb forms there. Then it shows you what the adjective looks like and where it appears in the text, and you'll notice that it translates this in fear of, and gives you some examples of how it's used, and you'll notice here how it's rendered in Greek in the New Testament. Does it have a Septuagint rendering here? It doesn't actually. But yeah, so you'll see it's a lot more detailed. It provides a ton more information about the word itself. And yeah, so using a glossary as opposed to a dictionary, it makes a big difference.
So just for
All
some
right.
clarity, so he's using a text that doesn't give him the full details, that might not give him the full picture of this full discussion that we're having. But at the same time, though, isn't it possible that, I mean, I haven't paid that much attention to his channel. Isn't it possible that was like Neil's screenshots, or maybe he was just using that website just because it's easier, because it's free?
So I mean I've watched enough of his stuff to see that this is commonly how he presents his stuff. And in the moment, like when I was there in the so these were his slides that he had actually put together.
Okay.
So yeah, this is his stuff. But we'll continue with the video.
Up in Elohim. Look, Theosebea
Hey,
is
I'm assuming everyone can hear it. Can
I can
someone
hear
give
it,
me a
and if
thumbs?
I can, they can.
Okay. If you can, they can.
Yeah.
All right, good. All right.
taken by the Hebrew back translator and done literally. They have no internal concept of Theosebea or Saba.
So what you're saying is the word Theosebea, it's a technical term that means like to fear God or a religious feeling. It's a religious technical term. You're saying, I mean, look at the Hebrew, it looks like it's broken down to lire, which means fear, one who feared God. You're saying it would be really hard to go the other way around to translate those two words into Theosebeo.
Right. It would be impossible, Neil, because you would be adding a layer of technical expertise to something that's not there. If the Septuagint was translated and this is the original, you would never, ever get the word Theosebea, and you wouldn't have an extra virtue, the alethinos in front. The Hebrew only has 3.
Is that how the Septuagint translates? Vire Elohim?
So before we continue, I'll just say one more thing about what he. So first of all, he said it was impossible to get from Vire Elohim to Theosebes in the Greek. He said that was impossible, which is a really spectacularly bold claim. This is and this suggests to me that I don't think Ammon has much experience translating any languages except for Greek into English or something of that nature. Because if you work with a variety of languages, and I work with Greek, I work with Hebrew, I work with Aramaic, I work with Syriac, I do a little bit of French and German, but it's I really suck at those. When you work with a variety of languages, you do quickly discover that there's such a dynamic difference that there are almost no limits to the ways in which that's probably going too far, but it's there's a reason why when two people approach the same text in one language and are in translating it into another, they're going to arrive at different translations almost every time, even the same text, right? And the reason for that is there's lots of different ways to do this. For him to say it's impossible is really, really stretching this way too far.
I'm just a little confused what his argument really is, though. So Theosebes, that's one word, and I'm not pronouncing this right, but Vire Elohim, that's
Vire
2 words.
Elohim.
Okay, Vire
Yeah.
Elohim, so that's 2 words. Is
Yeah.
that all it is? It's just going from 1 to 2 or 2 to 1, and that is he saying that's impossible?
I think it's because he's importing the meaning of Theosebes from these very archaic texts.
Yes. Okay.
Right, like that, because he suggested this is a strictly technical term, and I think that's more of what he's getting at. And his idea is that it's this very strictly technical term that can only mean this one thing, and because of that, Hebrew doesn't have the equivalence to deal with that. I think that's what he's getting at. But importantly, it's not just a technical term. Certainly by the time you get to the Hellenistic period, certainly when you're dealing with Hellenistic Jewish communities, right? They're gonna do their own thing with a language that may not necessarily be what everyone else is doing with the Greek language.
Right. So like we have to have an argument to conclude, like we need evidence to think, hey, this is how we should think about it compared to how it's been traditionally
Yeah.
thought of. And like he didn't
Yeah.
he didn't give anything. He just listed words on a screen.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no Elohim there.
Every time?
There's no Elohim there.
Yeah, the word, no, it just says
No.
So you're saying they took that word, it's a technical religious term, and they broke it down into two words in Hebrew, Vire Elohim. That's what Ammon is saying right now.
Vire Elohim. I don't have any problem
was
with
being really
seeing
pedantic there.
connections to Greek within the Hebrew text. I just very much struggle to see that this is straight across a Greek construction that was then translated into Hebrew.
What if I said, can you just take it from a guy who's been reading Greek for 30 years and has read everything on the classical side and biblical side? And that, whether it's church fathers talking about their mucky muck or whether it's Julius friggin' Caesar, can you just take it from a guy like that I can pick up the Septuagint and read it? And I know exactly when it's definitely a Hellenistic text. It uses Hellenistic constructions. What do I mean
Not
by
always.
that? What do I mean by that? Little things that you cannot do in Hebrew. For example, you take one root and you put two different prefixes.
Yeah, so basically, okay, two things there actually. So one, I really appreciate Ammon's presentation and just his humor. Like, whether I agree or not, like he's just entertaining to listen
He is
to.
entertaining as
Like,
hell, right?
On another level. So on my video, someone commented I was wearing a Roman outfit. And I was like, and they were like, you look silly or weird or something wearing this outfit when you're calling him weird. I'm like, yes, exactly. Like, that is exactly what we're doing here because we're trying to be entertaining. And like, he is insanely on another level. I can't even imagine his whatever thought process that he got to be that good at it. Like, insane. Okay, on the two thing there. So he was basically saying, hey, probably implying like, hey, Kipp, you don't know Greek as well as I do. And I'm like, I've studied it for 30 years. Joel kind of mentioned this earlier, but like,
yeah,
what exactly about him just spending all this time and scholarship? He even taught classes. He teaches classes today. Why is that not enough to just trust him?
This is an argument from authority, right? So he basically said to me, just trust me, brah, because I've been reading Greek all these years, and I don't know if you caught it. What I asked him there, I asked him, "How's your Hebrew?" And I'll ask it again, and we'll talk a little bit more about it when he responds. But the problem with this point that he's making is it doesn't work if all you're reading is the Greek text and you want to make an argument about it being translated into Hebrew. I need to see this on a technical level, which is what Joel and I were basically doing up until this point in the stream, was illustrating on a technical level where the Hebrew text is clearly being translated into Greek, right? So yeah, so let's continue with this and hear his response
On it,
to my
and
question.
you have both versions back to back. Septuagint does that all the time. And what's funny is watching the Hebrew, try to express that little gymnastics. They can't. All I'm saying is this is a Hellenistic text.
You have an example you can give Ammon on that?
You did give one. The Theo Sabeo broke it down. I think that's a fair.
So
okay, is there another one?
So you're dealing with a word, and I have no problem with, on an etymological level, some cross-pollination. I have no problem with that taking place. If you want to tell me that the idea of God-fearing is a Greek concept, yeah, sure. I can accept that.
No, that's exactly what I don't want to tell you, because Theosebes is not God-fearing as it was translated into the Hebrew. It is a very specific veneration of Sabazeus or Dionysus for oracular.
So, and as Joel pointed out earlier, Theosebes is just a word, right? It can mean a variety of things, including what he's going to say. You know, the veneration of Bacchus. It can mean that, but that's not the only thing that it means every single time. And I really think this is an issue when it comes to his treatment of the text. And he does this, you know, this is where he's done some odd things in his reading. I'm not going to get into it, but he's done some odd things in his reading of the New Testament with specific words like lestes in Greek, which means robber or insurrectionist or bandit, depending on the context, right? He does it with the verb chrio, from which we get the word Christos, which is transliterated into English as Christ, which is actually a translation of the Hebrew term Mashiach, which just means anointed one. So he'll take and fixate on these technical meanings of these terms that appear in these technical texts, and then he wants to apply that across the board to everything. And that's just not how languages work. It's just not. You know, if you to maybe use an English example, I don't know if anybody's ever read actual legal documents. They use English words in specific phrases and apply to them definitions because they're technical terms within the legal landscape. On a colloquial level, they look odd because they don't mean the same thing as when those words are used in a newspaper or in a short story. Does that make sense?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the big question is, does it make sense to that audience? Because, yeah, I would love to hear questions about what doesn't make sense about that. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
Right, like you were getting in your telesterion that Moses set up when the voice of God was appearing to him. It's the same system. It is Greek. It is not Hebrew.
Is it the same word?
Do you mind if I do a check here to see?
I wish you would have before you came. I just want to be honest with you, Kipp, and I want you to be honest with me. And if you're going to say that you know the language, you better have done your work.
Can I tell you that my Hebrew is much better than my Greek? How's your Hebrew, by the way?
Okay. I spent a year in Israel in an archaeological dig at Megiddo. It was good enough to get along at a bar, but that was a long time ago.
Good Lord.
Yeah, long time ago. Long time
bad,
ago.
Right? Bad. Your Hebrew is so here's the problem, everyone. Ammon's Hebrew is about the equivalent to my Greek.
Listen, Dr. Kipp, for a minute to yourself. You said my Hebrew. My Hebrew was modern Hebrew, which has a vocabulary of about 60,000 independent words.
It's a modern language.
It's flourishing.
It was invented in 1920.
It's doing fantastic, right? It's doing fantastic.
But it's a modern,
the classical Hebrew is 5,000 words long. It's 5,000 words long.
A modern language. So I'm very curious.
All right. So yeah, let's talk about a couple of things here. Let's talk first about Ammon's knowledge of Hebrew. He spent a year in Israel. He picked up some modern Hebrew enough, you know, conversationally getting by at the bar. He clearly recognizes letters and a number of words. The point that I'm attempting to make here is that this is not strong enough. These skills are not strong enough to conduct the investigation that he wants to conduct into the Hebrew text of the Bible. And importantly, also, modern Hebrew is a different kind of, well, it's different from what we call classical or biblical Hebrew, which is what most of the biblical texts are written in. You know, the roots are all by and large the same. There's a lot more, obviously, in modern Hebrew, because there's lots of modern concepts that need to be then rendered into Hebrew. However, the grammar doesn't work quite the same. Like, there's features within biblical Hebrew that are just no longer used in modern Hebrew. For example, the infinitive absolute, which was already on its way out, right, by the time of the second first century BCE. But even like the way that you construct a sentence in modern Hebrew and the different types of verbs that you use, the conjugations of those are going to appear different in modern Hebrew than they do in biblical Hebrew. You know, it would be like comparing Shakespearean English to modern English, but even more so divided, because it's just that much older. So, and he's again drawing on this idea that, as I understand it, he's seems to be that he's trying to make the point that because there's a lot more words in modern Hebrew, his knowledge of even just a little bit of modern Hebrew is sufficient to work with and navigate the biblical text, which preserves only like 5,000 words, or, you know, as many as 8,000 words. So, and something, you know, I'll bring this back again, right? I think I'll make the point here in a minute in the exchange that he and I had. So that's just the words that are preserved in the biblical text. That's not all the words that we have. We have a lot more from as I mentioned, these different Canaanite languages that are you know, essentially dialects of the same thing, right? And I also think it's important to note that just because these are the words that appear in the text, this doesn't necessarily restrict or limit entirely to how the language is actually functioned in, you know, as vernacular languages within Iron Age Israel. So yeah, this seems to be something that he considers to be a powerful point. But if you talk to any actual linguists, or if you talk to any actual scholars working in multiple languages, they'll tell you this. I mean, the argument really is not very meaningful. It just isn't.
Yeah.
You good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
About this though. This expression Yireh Elohim is not consistently translated. What's the Greek word? Theosabe? It's not.
Theosebea
I mean,
is
I
the art.
have an example here, and I'm only just searching the Torah here. I have an example here in Genesis chapter 22, verse 12, where Yireh Elohim is translated as
That's because there's no word for Elohim.
Otiphobe ton theon.
Right. Do you see what happens? Right?
No, I
Were going to
don't.
translate, if the Greeks were going to translate the Hebrew, they would have hit that the same both times. They didn't. They chose not to. But the Hebrew can't afford to express that power. So what does it do? It's the fear of God over and over again. That's all. Altar. The word for altar. How many words for altar are there in Hebrew?
Why does the Hebrew writer of the Pentateuch always use the same word?
So he's saying the Hebrew cannot afford to express that power. I'm just confused why he would say that. So, like, hypothetically speaking, like, hey, you know, if we assume, hey, that's what that means, you know, some context of some other god or worship or Bacchus. So hypothetically, if that's what that means, then why would we see it in Job? Does he think that Job is some pagan worshiper that doesn't actually worship God?
Possibly, and I would actually argue that the expression as it appears in Job, by the time Job is written and translated, like, Job is not the anything remotely close to the oldest Hebrew that we have in the Bible. It's pretty late. And also the other thing to point out here that I think is important is that the Hebrew in Job is really sophisticated, and it's actually extremely difficult, which is why this is something that I never got into. My friend Chrissy Hansen has written about this on her blog. And I believe she's also doing another stream. Is she doing a stream with you about this?
Planning on it, but we had to reschedule. So we'll see if that happens.
Yeah. So this is going to come up, right? The Hebrew in Job is so difficult that whoever the Greek translator was of this text just plodded through it and struggled so much with various elements of the text to the point where he just skipped stuff, like just ignored it, pretended it wasn't there. You guys will talk about that. But sorry, what what was the question again?
We were just talking about theosebase and
the
it being used in multiple places. It might be helpful for you to talk about why it's important for it to be in multiple places.
So so this is something that I'm getting at. I make the point here that throughout the Hebrew Bible, excuse me, the term vire Elohim does not consistently correspond to the Greek. It's not always theosebase. Sometimes it's translated using the Greek verb phobeo, which is the more common word to use for fear. There's you can use an expression like phobumenos ton theon to translate Yire Elohim. The point is that we're not dealing with just one translator of the entire Greek text, right? We're dealing with multiple different people working with the same text, and they're going to come up with different ways of handling the individual words and expressions. And here's where we see one of the differences. Oh yeah, you were asking. Sorry, I'm like a hamster on a wheel. Within the book of Job, I think that word Yire Elohim, that expression, probably has something to do with the fact that he's not an Israelite. This is an expression by the time of the Hellenistic period, certainly, that is used to identify proselytes, basically to Judaism. So this is how they want, to identify Job. So, but importantly, different Greek translators of the Hebrew text are going to come up with different ways to render certain Hebrew expressions. Theosebase is one of them. It's not the only one, and it doesn't really work in the other direction. Alma's going to try and suggest that because Hebrew is so simple, this is just the only term they had to woodenly, rigidly translate or interpret this idea of theosebase. I would certainly challenge that. There's definitely other words in Hebrew and other ways that you could render that term to distinguish it from Yire Elohim in the reverse.
Mm-hmm. I see. I got you. I understand now.
Word for altar.
Yeah, he doesn't. You just don't read Greek, so you can't read it.
I'm talking about the Hebrew.
Because they don't.
It's always the same.
Because they don't have the language.
They have a perfectly good word that they could have translated bamos with. They could have translated it with bama. Why not?
Hebrew is dead. Hebrew is dead. They couldn't even translate angeloi. They had to translate son.
So this got a little muddled.
Yeah.
as I was responding to him. We're jumping around here from a bunch of different things. First of all, Ammon says that there's multiple words for altar in Greek, and yet within Hebrew they only use this one mitzbeach. There are actually other terms within Hebrew that indicate altars or places of worship, depending again on the context. You can use bama, which is generally just means height or a high place, but is consistently used throughout the biblical text as a cult site. You can use ma'asot, which is a word that's commonly translated into stones or standing stones, which are these. These are aniconic giant rocks that people would set up on, as shrines or as deities within within the Iron Age Levant. So this is like, there are other ways to go about doing this. One of the points that I was trying to get to is that, again, when it comes to something like bama, which just means height or high place within Hebrew, this is this word that's used to identify these specific cult sites. The Greek translators will use different terms, right? Sometimes they'll just translate it literally with hupselos, which just means like height. Sometimes they actually translate it with the word stele. You recognize that word?
Archaeology.
Yeah, so like this is a Greek word that we've transliterated to identify like these objects that were these large stones that were erected with writing on them. We have all sorts of examples from all across the ancient Near East, right? And yet this is a word that some Greek translators would use to translate Bama, the high place, right? Because it's not just a hill, it's a hill with these standing stones on it. So it's probably actually a good translation of that, right? I think it's more descriptive of what a bama actually is. But then there are other cases, in particular in I think it's in 1st and 2nd Samuel, the Hebrew word bama again is just transliterated into Greek with bama. This is not a Greek word. It's a Hebrew word. If you look up bama in your standard Greek lexicons, you're not going to find it because it's the Hebrew word.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
All right, let's continue.
Are you saying so? If you say Hebrew is dead, right? We go back in time. We're looking at the 2nd century BC and 1st century. Are you saying it's just used for religion or scripture? Is that what you're saying? What do you mean by that when you say Hebrew's dead?
There's 500,000 scrolls at least in Alexandria. Tell me how many of those scrolls are in Hebrew, Syriac, Aramaic? You're not going to find jack. This stuff doesn't exist. They have no literature. Where is the Hebrew medical literature? There isn't any because their dead language couldn't support it. They were all speaking Greek. Their synagogues. Go to a synagogue from the 2nd century. Why is there Greek all over the place? Because their liturgical language died. It was unable to stay alive in a living, demanding world. Yes.
I mean, there's Hebrew manuscripts that date back.
So why? Let me ask you this.
So Neil kind of interrupted my response there, and it's an important one, right? We have all sorts of Hebrew manuscripts that date back to the 2nd and maybe even a handful to the 3rd century BCE. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have literally tens of thousands of fragments that together comprise hundreds and hundreds of manuscripts. And they're not just in Hebrew either. They're in Hebrew and in Aramaic. Another point that I didn't really get to in the exchange with Ammon, and one that I haven't mentioned up to this point, which is really problematic for his idea, is that within the Hebrew Bible, we don't just have Hebrew, we also have a couple of tiny little sections that are written in Aramaic. You have it in the book of Ezra. You also have it in the book of Daniel. Now, the reason why this is a significant point is because of the way that the Aramaic actually functions within the text. So this is all translated into Greek, right? If this was originally written in Greek and then translated, as he says, into Hebrew, then what on earth is happening in the book of Daniel, where you've got Hebrew from chapter 1 all the way through to the very beginning of chapter 2, and then it switches when there's a point in the story where Nebuchadnezzar he has this terrible dream. It terrifies him. It wakes him up, and he calls his magicians to him to interpret his dream. And then the text actually says they responded to him in Aramaic, and then the text switches at that point from Hebrew to Aramaic. But then when they finish speaking, it never switches back. It just continues in Aramaic for another like 5 chapters or four chapters or whatever it is. It's a running Aramaic text from that point all the way to the end of chapter 8. Chapter 7? Yeah, sorry, it's chapter 7. And then it picks up in Hebrew in chapter 8. What's going on there? And why on earth does the text look like that if they're just translating out of Greek into Hebrew? This is a real problem. But one of the things that we know from the Dead Sea Scrolls is this rich literary landscape which features not just original Hebrew compositions, but lots of original Aramaic compositions, which are based on older Hebrew texts. And very, very interestingly, a bunch of these Aramaic texts also feature the figure Daniel. So it really seems like there's this dynamic interplay taking place between the Hebrew and the Aramaic in particular at this point in time. So it just there's a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic literature out there.
So he says that the Hebrew's dead. Do you have any idea when he thinks the Hebrew is dead? Like, does it just stop being used for a long period of time?
So he keeps talking about the 2nd century. I assume he's drawing from information from the 2nd century CE. I don't know. I didn't get clarification on that. One of the things that we do see happening, certainly, Hebrew is starting to fade, right? By the time of Jesus, most people living in Palestine, in Roman Palestine, are native speakers of Aramaic, and they also many of them will know colloquial Greek, which is kind of like the international language of the common people throughout the Roman Empire, right? So this is what you have is a bilingual population, mostly Aramaic, but also speaks Greek. But we also have evidence, not just from the Dead Sea Scrolls, but we have lots of ostraca. Ostraca are pot shards that were used because parchment and papyrus is really expensive and not very easy to come by. If you're making notes, if you're jotting out, if you're writing letters, if you're scribbling up, if you're cobbling together a contract, you're going to use these pottery shards. They're all over the place. They're readily available. We have literally thousands of them from throughout the Second Temple period, and piles of them, not just in Aramaic but also in Hebrew. So it's still there. People are still using the language, even though it's slowly at this point in time starting to dissipate and disappear colloquially, right? And it does survive much more strongly in these liturgical religious settings, but it's clearly on its way out by the time of Jesus. Does that help?
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But even later, like the early fathers, very like up into the 5th century, like only one of them knew Hebrew or something like that, something ridiculous. But so, big question though, what does this have to do with the discussion? So how would the Hebrew language being dead, how does that have anything to do with whether the Septuagint or the Hebrew text came first?
See, I think the point he's trying to make is that because Hebrew is already like a language that only survives in religious settings, that they translated it from, they translated the Hebrew text, or sorry, they translated the Old Testament from the original Greek back into Hebrew as a means to provide some sort of religious weight to. I think this is the argument he's making, right? And that this is because Hebrew is not widely spread across the Roman Empire, it must mean that the text was originally composed in Greek. And then this one weird little group of arcane Jews decided we're gonna back translate it into Hebrew as a means to provide it some antiquity, religious weight. I don't know. I think that's what he's saying, what he's getting at. But honestly, I'm not entirely clear.
Yeah, but that's also connected to the what was it, the altar being used, how that was used in Hebrew.
Yeah.
So what is he saying, that like, hey, it was this very small sect, they didn't have a lot of characters or words to use, so they just used this one, and that's an example of how Hebrew was dying off, something like that?
I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of throwing my hands up and going, I'm not entirely sure I understand the argument here. I don't think it's a good one. Scholars who work in virtually all the fields of antiquity don't think it's a good one. It just, and I don't know what else to do with it than that. So,
We can keep going.
I'm with predestined. I'm also confused. So, yeah. And it kind of just sort of rolls downhill from here, though. It really does.
I'm pushing back on Ammon now because I'm curious. Why would they even make these translations into Hebrew then?
For the same reason
I
they said in antiquity.
I actually, there's clearly a revival of Hebrew language during the Hasmonean period. I think that's obvious. The Hasmoneans were explicit about ensuring this revival. This is why I think within a number of the Dead Sea Scrolls, you've got a new, I mean, it's called Paleo Hebrew, the script, but it's like a new form of the old Hebrew script that survives from the mid Iron Age, from like the 8th, 7th, 6th century. But it's different. It's slightly different though, right? Yes. I mean, there is a programmatic intent to basically revive the Hebrew language that takes place during the Hasmonean period. There is no question that Greek is a much more sophisticated development.
I think I need to provide some clarification on what I was getting at there. Like, one of the things that Ammon gets partly right here is that certainly by the time, like, I'll go through just a very briefly a history of the Hebrew language, from the time of, the end of the Judean kingdom in 586 BCE up to, the time of Jesus. So the Judean kingdom ends. Many of the Judean aristocracy from Jerusalem are exiled to Babylon. The lingua franca, not Babylon, is then conquered by the Persians. The lingua franca among within the Persian Empire is Aramaic. Okay, it's very closely related to Hebrew. It's a different language. It uses a different script than Hebrew. And what happens starting in the 4th century thereabouts, and we see this, we've seen Elephantine mentioned in the chat. We have this collection of really interesting texts from this proto-Jewish, this Yahwistic community living in Elephantine in Egypt, and they're all in Aramaic, and they're using this Aramaic script, right? At some point, the Aramaic script was adopted by Hebrew speakers, and they started using the Aramaic script as opposed to the Hebrew script for transmitting their texts. And this is what the landscape looked like for hundreds of years leading up to the 2nd century. Now, in the 2nd century, what happened was, without really getting into it, the Seleucids were in control of the region. They controlled Jerusalem. They were very enthusiastic fanatical Hellenizers, a number of Jew Judean purists in Jerusalem objected strongly to this. In the course of what happened, there was a revolt and a war, and in and about 164 to 160, there was established an independent Judean kingdom for like the first time since the exile, hundreds of years later. And one of the things that this Hasmonean Jewish kingdom did, which lasted for about 100 years, from about 160 to the invasion of Pompey, the Roman general. I think that's 60 BCE. So over the course of this 100-year period, one of the things that the Hasmonean kingdom did was they attempted to revitalize the ancient Hebrew script as a vehicle for these biblical texts, which to this point now were being transmitted using an Aramaic script. Okay, so what we see evidence, and we see this on a lot of the coinage, and some of the documentary finds that we have of the Hasmonean kingdom, and we see this in particular in the Dead Sea Scrolls, is this revitalization of the ancient Hebrew script as a means, almost as like a national language. The Hebrew was always there. They're just basically changing the script back as a means to revitalize it. It's part of establishing their own identity. And interestingly, the script as it appears in like the 2nd century moving forward is quite different than the actual ancient Hebrew script. And you can see they're trying to mimic it, but it's not quite the same anymore. So that's kind of what I'm getting at there. All right. I will continue.
Language than Hebrew. I don't think that's in dispute at all. And I don't think that the complexity of Greek has any bearing on whether or not it's a translation of something that's from the Hebrew. Virtually all the Hebrew words that we have within the Bible are words that we know from other Canaanite literature. Many of the stories are so simple, they literally look word for word exactly like. There are phrases within Hebrew that look exactly like within the Bible, exactly like counterparts from Ugaritic that are dated to like the 10th, 11th, 12th century BCE. But there's more to it than this as well, because we actually.
You understand what I'm getting at there with Hebrew phrases and specific Hebrew phrases that are basically pulled right out of much older Canaanite texts.
Yeah. So you got like Leviathan and Latanu, and the same phrases seem to be used. There's all kinds
word
of other
for
places.
word, literally, right?
Yeah.
Like in Isaiah, he quotes word for word a section of the Baal cycle that dates to earlier than the 12th century BCE. That's like the terminus ad quem, I think, but it clearly dates quite a bit earlier than that. So and there's other ones too, like this expression where Yahweh in one of the Psalms it says praise Yahweh riding on the clouds, is an expression that's drawn straight out of, again, the Baal cycle, which dates to the 12th century BCE, with just the replacement of the name Baal with the name Yahweh. So we have examples of they're clearly drawing from this much older Canaanite literature, which is certainly in existence and is right there within the region too, right? Before there's any sort of Hellenistic influence anywhere in Iron Age Israel and Judah.
Right. So if we're thinking of his view on this, he would have to be arguing that whoever was writing in Hebrew after the Septuagint was somehow citing the Ugaritic texts, even though they were way earlier, right?
Yeah.
But
And now,
they were citing it from that, even though the Septuagint didn't originally cite from it.
right. And again, this goes back to the problem of if this is originally a Greek text and the original Greek text is then translating this stuff out of, like the Baal cycle into Greek, and then a Hebrew back translator is retroverting that back into Hebrew, that would mean that they're also then looking up the same expression in, the Canaanite, the Ugaritic Baal cycle and getting that right, like word for word, as they're going in the opposite direction. It becomes really, really complicated and messy, almost to the point of absurdity.
Yeah.
All right.
We have surviving Semitisms within the Septuagint. The one that I think is,
and we've talked a lot about this already. I'm going to mention, the infinitive absolute again. Joel talked about the resumptive pronoun. We talked about the ways in which Hebrew names don't always translate well into Greek, and especially plays on words that occur with these names.
is perhaps the most prevalent and obvious is the infinitive absolute. It doesn't make any sense if the authors of the Pentateuch are translating a Greek document that they would transform certain expressions that appear there into Hebrew infinitive absolutes.
And give us one example, and then let's allow Ammon to give his.
Can I ask, does Ammon have an explanation for that?
Yeah, I just want to say, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Your question was, when is it written? Stylistically, the Septuagint.
So this is the part of the discussion where it became clear to me that Ammon was just not dealing with the data, right? The infinitive absolute is an extremely powerful point in favor of seeing that this is a Hebrew text that's been translated into Greek. And what was his response to that? When I asked him to tell me what do you do with this? Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. How am I supposed to continue in an exchange when this is, at that point I was like, I don't even know why I'm here. This is not what I expected it would be. And sometimes you just, I had kind of given up at this point.
But so maybe he said that because I guess Derek asked another question. He's like,
yeah,
hey,
right?
Whatever, forget about whatever Kipp said. I'm just going to answer the question. But even then, seriously speaking, he never really addressed any of your arguments throughout this entire thing. Maybe a couple by giving you some explanation, which today we still don't understand. But even then, for the most part, he really didn't address any of your arguments.
And I've made another stream detailing and outlining the evidence in response to stuff Ammon said on Danny Jones's channel. Dan McClellan went on the Danny Jones podcast to explain again reasons why and problems with Ammon's case for the origins of the Torah in Greek, and he has yet to actually take any of these seriously and address them directly. All he ever does is continues to go back to his two big mainstays, that there's not nearly as many Hebrew words, and that Theo Sabes is a cry to Bacchus. Like that those are really the things that continue to come up over and over for him in his in the arguments that he makes, and he never deals with, and I guarantee he never will deal with this question of the infinitive absolute. And I'll just say this here now: if Ammon ever does see this, if you want anyone to take you seriously, with regards to your ideas about the Greek text and its relationship to the Hebrew Bible, then you really need to deal with this question of the Hebrew infinitive absolute and how it's handled in the Greek text.
Not Septuagint.
Sorry,
Septuagint
I was trained in the
written.
UK.
Can you be quiet? You've been telling everybody else to be quiet. Can you be quiet for a minute? Thanks. I would say stylistically, again, if you just handed that to me
Can you pause
as a
that?
linguist, I would say, look, it has no element.
Yep.
So he was talking, and then you said something about yeah, and then he's like, "Can you be quiet?" So I don't know if he was referencing like how you were telling Derek and Neil to be quiet.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you were not trying to be like rude. Like I think you were making a joke actually.
A little bit, yeah, but I was honestly getting frustrated with how much the comments from Derek and Neil were taking us off track of the question at hand, which was what language were these texts written in? I should probably not have responded like that so strongly. Clearly. Now, I mean, I can see that, right? So, I understand why he was getting frustrated with that as well. But importantly, I think maybe this is hollow consolation for some people, but importantly, I sure never told Ammon to be quiet. Towards the end here, I said to him, I think, listen, right? Because I really didn't feel like he was. It really didn't feel like he was listening to the arguments. He certainly didn't ask a lot of questions about, the case that I was making. So it just, it really, this is basically like where it falls apart, right? I think I felt like, we're at best we're talking past each other. What's the point on continuing when the person that is on the other side of the table is just not even listening to what you're telling him or what you're trying to get from his presentation. So
yeah, fair enough.
Elements of Second Sophistic Greek. It looks like it's drawing upon words from Lycophron, Callimachus, Theocritus, and that's enough right there. Just there's enough of those three sources to say, okay, we're securely within some kind of Hellenistic continuum. I would say this thing smacks of Hellenistic. Wait, but I would put this on just a little cherry on the top of my linguistic analysis. There is an air of sophistication that I would say this composer, and by the way, there's huge similarities linguistically between books all the way on one side and the other. It really looks like one person sat down and composed this thing. What year is it, Derek? I would say,
wow. Like, and that's one of those things, right? Like, I just don't know. It's bizarre to me that he would look at the text of the Septuagint and make a claim like that. Like, it looks like just one person is putting all this stuff together. Really?
I don't even understand how he would come to that conclusion.
I know, right? Like, it's very strange to me. And then I mean, there's a few things going. Like, one of the things that he makes a point on is the words that are being used. The analysis of a language is much deeper than just the individual words. Like, I'm trying to look at the text in terms of the full of clauses, right? Clauses and predicates and full sentences, and and it's these sorts of things. It's the ways. I'm not just atomizing it and looking at what an individual word means in antiquity as a means to extrapolate from that a meaning for the entire text, which really feels like, and I might be wrong about this, but it really feels like that's a lot of what he's doing. It's what, Joel pointed out earlier. It's an etymological fallacy.
Yeah. Well, if I could guess without him going into detail, is he seems like he's saying like the word like lycophron. Honestly, I don't even know what that means because I don't know.
That's an author.
Okay.
Lycophron.
Gotcha. So it seems like he's saying that, hey, that's why we can date to this time period, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah, and I mean he's right about this, right? Yes, the Septuagint is a Hellenistic text because it was translated in the Hellenistic period. But I'll repeat this again, something I said quite a bit earlier. It's as much as the Septuagint is a translation, there are certainly parts of it that are also an interpretation. So it is providing a Hellenistic flavor to these older Semitic, Israelite Canaanite ideas. And something I didn't get into here either was the fact that like this whole question of the composition of the Torah or the origins of the Torah is hugely complicated. And there's all these moving parts. Like we're dealing with texts that in their current form, in the form that we have them in the Dead Sea Scrolls, are probably not that old. The Hebrew versions, right? Like, you how old is something like the book of Genesis? I think in the current form that it's in now, and this is just me, I think you could probably date it to about 250, maybe 300 BCE, right? And I have reasons for it. Like it is a little bit wild, but hear what I'm saying, right? Like in its form that we have it now, that is to say there's a lot of stuff in the book of Genesis that dates earlier. Like it does. But then there's a lot of stuff in the book of Genesis. I often point to the story of the Tower of Babel. No, not that one. Sorry. The genealogy in Genesis chapter 5, the long ages. I think you and I talked just a tiny little bit about this on Messenger, right? Like there's a really interesting correspondence between what's happening in that text with not just the Sumerian kings list, but with Berossus's version of the Sumerian kings list, which dates to like 270, right? So I look at that and I think, well, maybe it is like this version of it. What we have in our hands is pretty late, but that's not me saying somebody sat down and wrote the entire book of Genesis from scratch in 270 or 250 or whatever, right? So it's a complicated question, and you can't just boil it down to this single point of it was invented out of whole cloth in the Hellenistic period. You can't do that.
Yeah.
I'd feel very comfortable putting it in the 3rd or 2nd century. First, I'd have to compare with, like, look at Nicander. He's getting some Nicander. He's 2nd century. Let's do 3rd and 2nd century. That's what I noticed, Derek, when I am looking up words using the Oxford. You can track their history. And the more I read the Septuagint, the more I know I'm getting references. You'll get some classical stuff. Their vocabulary is heavily Hellenistic. I would laugh at anybody who says this comes before them. It's completely out of style. It'll be completely out. It's not Attic, right? It's not classical. It has no similarity with the lyric. So I would say stylistically, I would say, okay, I'm gonna have to guess 3rd or 2nd centuries. How do I know that, Derek? Because John Scarborough at the University of Wisconsin, who does medical history and drugs from the Greek, he was the one who pounded in my head. You have to read these Hellenistic authors. You have to get an understanding of their scientific vocabulary so that you can compare it with Galen, because Galen was my man, right? So that's how I would answer your question. 3rd or 2nd century.
It does feel
so. Now, a couple things there that I need to point to. This question of how old is the Septuagint, as we talked about way back at the beginning of the stream is somewhat problematic. Like, what does Ammon mean when he's talking
Yeah.
about, like, I'm not entirely sure what that means, because what we have in the first century BCE are, individual manuscripts
Yeah.
of a text, but what that text looked like, I don't know. Especially when it comes to like the Greek, like Joel mentioned, some manuscripts of a Greek version of Deuteronomy that date back to like 180. So, well, what was that? Was that just a Greek translation of just Deuteronomy, or was that a Greek translation of a complete Torah? Do you see what I mean?
Mm.
And and this is it's happening on the Hebrew side too. However, what we have in the Hebrew manuscripts, at least, is some evidence of people starting to put these texts together into a larger corpus. Like, we have some manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls that have multiple books actually copied in the same manuscript. You don't have anything like that for the Greek text until much, much, much later. So yeah. What was the other thing? I think that's good. See if we can finish this out here.
I feel like the way that let's just stick with Genesis as a single text. The way it's written, the storytelling, the style, the way it's written, it sort of looks like looks like it comes from the post-Euhemerus era, where it's first of all, it's very well written. It has this slant towards these things actually are historical. It's not totally like Zeus is in the clouds flying around throwing thunderbolts. It's like believable stories about the past, mythologized stories. It feels Euhemeristic to me. But also, whoever is putting this together has knowledge of the Near East going back to Hammurabi, because they're talking about eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. You're seeing elements of ancient Near Eastern stuff. I don't think you can deny that. That's what I wanted to. I just wanted to throw that in there. Dr. Kipp, what do you think?
I'm gonna pause it just for a second and point out, like, what Neil is doing, which is what Ammon is doing, is looking at in particular, if you're looking at the well, I mean, whether you're looking at the Hebrew text or the Greek text, is looking at it from, again, like a narratological, literary level, and seeing comparisons, ways that he can align it with particular Greek stories, or then also with some of these ancient Near Eastern stories, like much earlier Canaanite, Babylonian, Akkadian, Sumerian stories. That's a good starting point when it comes to doing these comparative analysis of text, but that's just a starting point. What you really need to do then is dig down into the language and look at a much more sophisticated level to how these languages are actually working and interacting with one another. I'll just say this quickly. I've made this point a couple of times with regards to something like the Book of Genesis. Right, there are two creation stories in Genesis chapter 1 and then Genesis chapter 2 and 3. This is something that's fairly widely regarded among scholars. We can see some differences between them. There's elements within, in particular, I'll just focus on that second story. Within that second story, the second creation story in Genesis 2 and 3, there's some particular features in there which indicate that they're drawing from much, much older, in this case, like Mesopotamian mythology. One of the things that we see that's really interesting is in the at the point where Eve is created. It says that Yahweh God put the man to sleep, into a deep sleep, and then he opened up his side and took out a rib or a side. There's disagreement about what the word there actually means. And then it says that he literally built this whatever, rib or side into a woman. It's a really, really weird word in Hebrew to use there, right? And I think it's obvious the reason why the Hebrew writer uses that word bana, meaning to build, in that particular text is because this is a word in both Akkadian and Sumerian that is used all the time to describe creation. It's used in the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's used in the Enuma Elish. It's used in I believe in Adapa and the South Wind. Not in Adapa and the South Wind. In Enki and Ninmah. It's used a whole bunch of times in these extremely old, archaic Mesopotamian texts. It's an indication to me that whoever's writing this story has these texts in front of them, and that's on a that's on a syntactical, lexical, grammatical level of dealing with the literature.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of obvious. I guess you'd have to argue in his case, hey, maybe they had access to these texts, or my guess is probably not familiar with most of this.
Well, and honestly, like we do know that we do have copies of these texts all the way into like the 2nd century BCE, right? But again, importantly, they're still preserved in like Akkadian, right? So whoever is reading this stuff is reading it out of or knows it out of he knows the Akkadian expressions. It does not seem to be coming from Greek and going in the other direction.
Yeah, and I guess another example is Tiamat and formless and void or whatever.
Tohu vabohu or techom.
Yeah,
I think is the more appropriate expression. Yep, this is again this is something that's quite similar.
I'm just very interested to hear Ammon tell me about why. I'm not
interested in giving you an answer, Kipp. So let's just go.
You don't want to talk to me about the Hebrew, the infinitive.
I think you're full of.
See, this is me coming back and trying to get from him a response with regards to my questions about the infinitive absolute, and he was just not having it.
I think you're full of it, and I think you were saying in the chat room that you are an expert in Greek, and you said there's no way. There's no way.
I didn't say I was an expert in Greek.
There's no way. Bring it or don't. Bring it or don't, Kipp. Bring it or don't.
Can we go to a passage?
Don't you think that if you're going to assert an argument about the ancient Greek,
I am asserting an argument.
Maybe you've read some ancient Greek.
A little bit. But
if
you're going to, a little bit, yeah. Isn't it fair to say that your knowledge of ancient Hebrew is maybe not?
Yeah, and that's why I tell everyone when I have the Septuagint, I have a Greek document. It's native Greek. It's
sure.
native.
And I mean, I'll just come back and point out again, right? Ammon's Greek is strong. Like he clearly knows it really well, seems to. This is never going to help him when it comes to actually evaluating the Hebrew text. And you need some knowledge of both in order to conduct this investigation. And again, I am not an expert in Greek. I know enough to assess the text and compare it, right, to the Hebrew, and to see what's happening with regards to the whatever the translator is doing compared to the original. But Ammon can't even do that. And that's why he keeps repeating, I'm reading the Greek text, and when I read the Greek text, this is what I see. And he never ever takes that extra step, that very important critical step, to consider what's actually happening in the Hebrew. If you can't take that step, then you're just not qualified to make this analysis. I'm sorry, you're just not.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see a situation where, hey, you don't really need to be an expert to understand some of these arguments. Like, hey, anybody off the street can pull up a random commentary and put these pieces together, probably.
Yeah.
But there is part of it where it's like, hey, if you're not an expert in this area, it's really hard to tell when you're wrong or when you've missed something because you just don't know the vast amount of literature.
Yeah. Or even with a working knowledge of Hebrew, I'm convinced that Ammon would be able to see these absolutely fatal problems to his theory. It just doesn't work.
Native Greek. Okay.
Yes.
My argument's not. I laugh at the Hebrew attempt to try to translate it, but I know that
because he doesn't understand the language and he's looking at, when you look at the interlinear, right? It actually makes the language appear much more primitive than it really is. So without understanding how the language works, it's you just can't do it.
one that's being quoted in the 1st century is the Septuagint. They're not quoting Hebrew; they're quoting the Septuagint directly. So that's Kipp. That's all I'm interested in.
Now, I think I'm trying to. This is something I missed in the actual exchange. This is something I missed even when we were kind of going through the video. But what do you think he means when he talks about the Septuagint being the one that's quoted?
Well, first of all, we have to figure out who's quoting what. So I would assume he's talking about the New Testament writers, probably.
That's what I think.
The early church fathers. Maybe he's saying that they came first, so yeah, I'm having a hard time because even if it's everybody agrees that the Greek text was probably more popular, and that's probably why they were using it. That's the language they were speaking, right? So yeah, I don't understand how you make those connections either.
Yeah, and he's just wrong here too, because if you go back and you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, they are quoting the Hebrew text like crazy, over and over and over and over again, and it's all in Hebrew, right? And all of this stuff predates the New Testament. Oh, and all of it predates the vast majority of manuscript copies of the Septuagint that survived too. So
but there's also a place where it seems like someone like Paul is quoting from the Old Testament. I've heard a number.
You mean the Hebrew or the?
Sorry, the Hebrew version of the Old Testament. There's sometimes where he's clearly quoting Septuagint, and then there's other times where it's like, well, he seems like he's quoting this, but that doesn't match with the Septuagint.
Yeah. Or even I've seen instances in Romans actually where it almost looks like he's quoting a Targum in Aramaic, right? So it's a complicated situation, and just to make the point, with Paul and with some of the New Testament writers, which look like their texts are closer to the Hebrew text than the Greek. One of the other things that we're not sure of is whether they are actually, quoting directly a Hebrew text and translating it themselves, or if they're quoting a Greek translation of a Hebrew text that looks closer to the Masoretic text than, the Septuagint. Because that's the other thing too. We see in the early period, we have manuscripts where it looks like Greek translators are trying to make the text look closer to the Hebrew Masoretic text. So it's a really, really complicated picture.
Right.
And all right.
The actual text. Don't claim what you aren't. If you're going to stand up to the text, stand up to them. And
in Hebrew.
So on point, I will just say that on 2 occasions, Ammon actually said that he's a linguist, and he's not. I'm not a linguist either, right? And linguistics as a discipline is quite different than philology, which is what Ammon does, which is what I do. So yeah, Ammon, don't claim to be something you're
Yeah,
not.
so
My
Literature is
Oh.
what
I was just gonna say,
Right.
so just for clarity there, so there is the linguist position, and that's like a very prestigious position. Like it takes a lot of study, a lot of education, work in the field, and then there's like maybe like the colloquial, like common language version of a linguist, and like I
Yeah.
know the language or something like that. But like the people that say that can give the impression, hey, I am like this expert level linguist, but like no, like that. No, Ammon has not written any peer reviewed literature. Like he is not on that level in any way.
Nope. Exactly.
but I am.
You said the Hasmoneans were the ones who brought the revival of literature. Can you give me the
No,
name?
I got
name?
frustrated
say
too.
that. I said the Hasmoneans revived Hebrew.
And to be fair to Ammon, I was making my point pretty poorly. So I don't, I totally get why he misunderstood what I was trying to get at.
What does that mean?
That means that they revived the usage of the script, the ancient script, in the expression of their sacred texts.
So there are pieces of literature, great works of different genres of Hebrew, then, right?
Not many, no.
Yeah,
And I
no,
don't know
no,
how
how
that
about-
has any bearing. Okay,
How about
listen,
one? How about one?
listen. So
Where
what
do
I
you get-
wanted
where
to
do
get
you-
to,
I don't have to listen.
I also don't have to listen. Maybe I should just go.
Maybe you should.
I didn't want this to turn into a debate, guys. I'm sorry, Dr. Kipp. I didn't want this to happen. I just wanted you guys to tell me why you think this is. I didn't want this to. You guys,
Neil,
no more calling each other out for being
Yeah.
full of it. No more of that stuff.
I'm perfectly happy, but if he misrepresents himself, he's talking about the text, Neil, that I read all day long for 30 years. I don't want somebody saying something that all of your guests will hear it and they will think he knows what he's talking about. I've heard academics do this for years. For years, they do the same thing. He's talking in.
So and it just basically it stops there. But one of the things that I wanted to point out, sorry, I got distracted by my phone. This has gone a little longer than I expected. So anyways,
Really?
yeah, right. So something I think that he said there is important. He says, something to the effect that scholars have been doing this all the time, right? Scholars have been telling him for years that he's wrong in his approach to the text. The problem is that he's not listening to them and he's not dealing with the actual arguments, right? He's dealing with these things that don't really mean anything, like the word count in Hebrew compared to Greek, or his weird notion that you can't translate, a more technical text into something that's less technical, or on the basis of some of the highly specialized arcane usages of some Greek words in very specific contexts to apply to the whole. So yes, scholars have been telling him this for years, and he continues to refuse to listen. So I guess I was naive to. Well, I didn't know anything about him before this point. I suppose I'm naive still in thinking that this is going to make any difference at all. Because I'll be surprised if it does. If you could hold on a second, Zach, I need to respond to something on my phone.
Nice.
So yeah, right.
Okay,
Because,
I'll talk. So I
yeah,
was just gonna point out how nice Neil was for most of it. Not
Yeah.
that I was saying that he was mean or anything, but even afterwards, he's like, "Oh, I really didn't want to be like that." And he stuck up for you too. There was one time he really was
really
like,
did.
he was like, "You didn't have to do that, Ammon. you didn't have to do that. And I was like, oh man, I really felt the friendship there. But also someone that like Neil is, clearly knows Ammon on a personal level in at least some way. So, but yeah, no, that was fun for me. But yeah, but for people watching the whole stream, there was like what we watched is like actually only a small part of it. There was like a whole other hour afterwards where they just talked about just different stuff that didn't really mean much. It seemed like Neil was like trying to talk to you, Kipp, when you were still there because your picture was still there, even though you'd already left. It's like, oh man, that's still awkward.
A little bit, yeah. So, well, listen, we're coming up on 4 hours. I don't know if you've ever done a stream this long.
No. Oh yes, I did with Philip Payne. I don't know if you saw that. And this guy, he just kept going and going. It was out there. He talked almost the entire time. It's wild. Some biblical scholars, right?
Oh my god.
Case in point.
Wow. Yeah. Touche.
Yeah. So there was like two super chats before we go here. I don't know if they're worth commenting on though.
So let's bring them up. Mr.
I think we already talked about that one.
That one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the infamous one was the last one.
Just thanks. Okay. Oh, we've got a few more, I think. This one, I don't think we did this.
We did not do that one. You're right.
Okay. And, what my pastor didn't tell me, say rather he was just as misled as I was, or he was outright lying.
Yeah, I don't know what he was referring to.
I'm sorry. It was a while back, and we yeah. Sorry. Story Star Song. I missed it. But I'll say, like, I certainly, I don't know if the point was being made that we were saying, I'm certainly not suggesting that Ammon is lying.
Sure.
Like I think he's just I think he's super passionate, he's super enthusiastic.
Sure.
Right, about the Greek text, which is pretty cool. But I think it kind of makes him a bit myopic in terms of how he sees the whole field. And this is, I mean, we're all prone to this. We all get fixated on our special favorite little ideas, and sometimes it can be really difficult for us to see, the forest for the trees.
Sure.
So.
Yeah. There was one other person, not to miss him, but the infamous one says, "Does Devarim 23:3 include Ruth and David?" What does that mean?
So that would be Deuteronomy 23:3.
Oh yes.
I have to look this
there you
up,
go.
Right? So, let me just look that up quickly here, and I can give you an answer on what's going on.
Of course, everyone on my channel, make sure you subscribe to Kipp Davis so you can learn more about this topic and a lot of other fun stuffs. Even if he might not have the same views of all of us, he's still worth paying attention to and following.
So this is a ruling with regards to basically immigrants or proselytes in Deuteronomy. I'm just reading from the JPS here. No one misbegotten shall be admitted into the congregation of Yahweh. None of his descendants, even in the 10th generation, shall be admitted into the congregation of Yahweh. And actually, it goes on in verse 4 after that to say, no Ammonite or Moabite shall be admitted into the congregation of Yahweh. None of their descendants, even in the 10th generation, shall ever be admitted into the congregation of Yahweh. And like Ruth was a Moabite. So, it's this is one of these elements of the text which suggests to scholars that it's not, as my friend Dan McClellan will often say, it's not univocal. It's comprised of all sorts of varieties of competing literature that is not always going to cohere with one another, even in spite of the best efforts of later redactors to smash all of them together. So I would say that this is likely a problem for what's going on in particular in the Book of Ruth. I haven't spent a lot of time on the Book of Ruth, so I don't know what scholarly explanations are for grappling with this text. And I haven't looked at what clever solution the rabbis have provided to it either, but I'm sure there is one. Thanks for the question. It's something that I will probably look into in the future because I'm kind of interested now about that. All right, Our Dying Sun for £5. Thank you for the super chat, Maestro. Hypothetically, what would imply that Ammon is right about the Septuagint? You're great, and I love you. Your work is appreciated.
Oh.
What would imply that Ammon is right about the Septuagint? I think. Now I'm wondering if this is a request for me to try and steal man.
Stillman, or what would you have? What evidence would you have to see for him to be right?
Right, maybe that's it. So I'll do both of those. I will say that I think the strongest aspect of Ammon's case is the fact that we have virtually nothing, or I should say we have no actual hard epigraphic data for the text of the Hebrew Bible that stretches back further than like the 3rd century BCE. I mentioned, we have the Elephantine archive, which is from the 4th century BCE, and very interestingly seems to not know anything about the Hebrew Bible, and it's also all written in Aramaic. We do have a couple of things. Somebody also brought this up in the chat too, I noticed, so I'll mention it. We do have something like the Katif amulets. These are tiny little flattened beaten silver scrolls, little amulets that have Hebrew text scratched on them, and then they're rolled up. They're probably worn like a necklace or somewhere on the body as a protection or to ward off bad things, right? And the Katif Hinnom amulets, there's 2 of them, and they both contain versions of the priestly blessing. I always say priestly blessing. The priestly blessing
That's kind
that
of weird
appears.
there, Kipp.
I know, right? This appears in Numbers chapter 23. May Yahweh bless you and keep you. May he make his face to shine down upon you and give you peace. So though that appears there we go. That's a nice picture.
Yeah.
Let's bring you oh god damn it. Sorry. Oh, shoot. No, I'm trying to bring you up on the stage.
It's not a big deal. I think they get
Sure,
the gist.
totally. There we go. See, there, I did it. So yeah, that's what they look like. They have Hebrew text of the Hebrew of the priestly blessing on them, written in the old Hebrew, and these date back to the 6th century BC, and they were found basically in Jerusalem, right? Just in the environs of Jerusalem. Now, I'll say 2 things. Yes, this is epigraphic evidence of a Hebrew Bible text that dates back to the 6th century BCE. Importantly, this doesn't mean that we can trace the entire book of Numbers back to the 6th century BC. That's not what I'm saying. And there's a lot of scholars who would make the same point that I'm making, but this is one example. Now, so that's working in Ammon's favor, is that the epigraphic evidence for something like the book of Genesis or Exodus or Leviticus, we just don't have it that early. And I think what would we need to see that shows that Ammon is right about the Septuagint? That's really, really difficult.
Right.
Just because from like a comparative syntactic grammatical level, it just doesn't work. You'd need an entirely different text. You really would. You'd need something, or I don't know, maybe if we found Hebrew texts which looked like they were translations straight out of the Greek, in the same sense that Joel and I showed you, we can point to markers in the Greek text which demonstrate they're translated straight out of the Hebrew. If you had that in reverse and you could date those manuscripts or those texts back early enough, that might work.
But you'd also have to have better explanations for what the evidence you guys give. So like if it seems to me like you guys think they're like super knocked down, and I'm not an expert, but it seems pretty obvious to me like that seems ridiculous if the Hebrew text was later. At the same time, like if you want to say, hey, like if Ammon's view is going to go through, like he has to have really good explanations for why they're doing these really weird things.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we got a bunch, so we should get through these, and I do need to go here in about 15-20 minutes. All right. JC, thank you for the $10 super chat. If we don't know the entire lexicon of the scribes who wrote the Hebrew text, we only have what is left for us in the text. Why are there practically no borrowings from Greek? So I think that is if I understand your question correctly, and Joel made this point, we don't have one of the things that we don't have within the Hebrew Bible text, certainly not anywhere in the Torah text, nor in what we call the Hebrew prophets, are Greek loanwords of any kind. There's just no on a syntactical lexical level. There is just no borrowing in the other direction. You do have I think it's a total of 3 Greek words that appear in the book of Daniel that are transliterated into Hebrew. I think I'd have to go back and check, but again, this is within a text that scholars almost universally date to the 2nd century, so it's basically a Hellenistic text, right? So, but thank you for your question. I hope I got it right.
I think it was a rhetorical question. Like, hey, if Ammon's view is right, then we would not expect to see this kind of thing.
Yeah, and he follows this up too. Thanks again for the $10 super chat. The Greek lexicon has more borrowings from Semitic languages than the Hebrew Bible has from Greek. That's weird. Also, the same differing translations of words happen in the Peshitta. The Peshitta is another complicated wrinkle to this whole question. So for those who don't know, the Peshitta is the Syriac translation of both the Old and the New Testament. The earliest dates I think we have on the Peshitta are I think maybe 2nd century. I'm not, and that's 2nd century CE, right? So
yeah,
like the 150s, 160s. It might not even be that early. I don't know, but one of the things that we do see is a really close relationship between a lot of the Peshitta text and the Greek Septuagint. So it's what did they have and what were they translating is a question that a Syriac scholar could answer better than I can. Syriac is another language that I read, but it's about as strong as my Greek. So, but it's a very good point. As I showed, I showed a number of examples. Joel showed examples of words that are, lots of them, words that are transliterated from Hebrew into Greek, and we don't see it happening in the other direction. Thank you again for the super chat. And JC is back with another $2. Every style needs a plinth of sapphire. I don't understand that, but I really appreciate it. Do you understand it?
No. I'm also not very hip or old. So if it's a hip joke, then I wouldn't understand. If it's an old person joke, I also wouldn't understand. So yeah, I'm just not here for that.
Zach is here for his own jokes. No one else.
There you go.
Right, yeah. Okay. But thanks, JC. Artemisinin, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, I honestly hoped you would choose humility instead of doubling down on hubris. But thanks for the laughs, Kipp. Shout out to Ammon. Ammon runs like a Greek course online on his channel, where he teaches people some very, very basic elements of Greek language, which is pretty cool. So he's got lots of fans for that. Thank you, Artemisinin, for coming and hanging out and for listening to what I have to say. I'm sorry if you didn't see me as humble enough in today's stream, and I'm not sure where the hubris comment is coming from. What I have is the data, and I'm just trying to present it as best and as clearly as I can. So you're not I've been doing this long enough now to know that there's just, you're never going to convince everyone, right?
Sure. Maybe whoever thinks there's hubris can give us some examples so we can learn and adjust our rhetoric from it.
That would also be helpful. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Dean Silver, thank you for the $2 super chat. How does the Chaldean Aramaic stories relate here? I guess, yeah, I maybe now, yeah, I'm not entirely sure which Chaldean or Aramaic stories you have in mind now. And I guess maybe this is this might be related to the point I had made earlier about the fact that in the Dead Sea Scrolls we have lots of original Aramaic literature that are based on biblical characters, and they have some favorites. The people who are writing in Aramaic, as we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls, certainly love Enoch, famous from Genesis chapter 4 or 5. They love Levi, the who was the sort of the founder of this, thought to be the founder of this Levitical priesthood. They love that guy, and they write a ton about him. They like Moses quite a bit as well, and they like Daniel. I think that's they lots of this literature written in Aramaic features these figures, draws prolifically from the biblical text. The point I was trying to make there is that, again, this is the Aramaic literature from Qumran can only make sense of a Hebrew Bible. It can't make sense of a pre-existing Greek text from which the Hebrew texts were translated. They also like Job. I forgot about that. So, yeah, but thank you for the question or the comment. I hope I got that right. My friend Lawrence over at Milwaukee Atheist, thank you for the $2. Tell people to go to my stream when done. I hope this didn't go too long. But I certainly will tell everyone, go watch Milwaukee Atheists as soon as I get off here and Zach gets off here. But thanks, Lawrence. And one more. Ketty is ready. One. This is probably something really clever that I can't figure out. But thank you for the $5. He says, or she says, they say, I think Ammon got upset after Dr. Kipp was rude to the hosts. And I think that's probably what happened too, by telling them to shut up and be quiet so aggressively. Just a thought. And that was certainly a mistake on my part, and I shouldn't have done that. Again, in the moment, I was also, having a friendly banter among some good friends of mine, and this is the way we will talk to each other from time to time. Right?
So
my bad.
When me and Joel, we had a bunch of videos together a while back, and like we joke, super sarcastic, and certainly things that don't come off as nice. But there's a couple people who are like, man, do these guys have like animosity towards each other or something? It's like,
Yeah, I think no, this happens, right? I made a snide comment somewhere on, that was it. I said something. Oh, that was it. If you know Tim O'Neill from History for Atheists, he did a really great episode on Apologia's channel about a month ago on apocalypticism and the New Testament, and I made a snide comment in the comments of the video where I called him a crypto Christian, which is kind of it's kind of, but not really, an inside joke. If you follow History for Atheists, you understand it. But this is something that Richard Carrier constantly calls Tim O'Neill a crypto Christian, right? So I sort of threw that up there, and no kidding, within 20 or 30 minutes, I got a text from Paul of Apologia going, "Is there something between you guys that I should know about?" And I'm like, no, dude. Like, this is inside baseball. This is an inside joke. So, yeah. But that's that. I don't know if it probably doesn't excuse it, because I think, it probably came across as really rude, and I shouldn't have done it. But that's what happened. So, and I would prefer that, in particular, with respect to this very lengthy response now that we've put together to that exchange, I would hope that people would focus on the strength of the arguments and not the rhetoric. And I mean that on both sides. Look at the arguments that I've made, that Joel has made, and compare those to the points that Ammon is making. If you should, if you think through the data, you should see like it just the Torah was written in Hebrew and it was translated into Greek. That's just it.
Yeah,
All
hopefully we showed that today. Well, thank you so much for doing this. It's been a lot of fun. As I said, everyone, check out your channel, check out mine if you're interested in this kind of topic. But otherwise, any last thoughts?
I have no last thoughts, except thank you very much, Zach, for coming and hanging out for me this long. I'm gonna hit the music, and we'll see you guys later.